Chair Heckman,
Present.
Vice Chair Rupivar,
Present.
Commissioner Ovchek,
Present.
Commissioner Chang,
Present.
Commissioner Lowing,
Present.
Commissioner Suma,
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
We are now moving on to oral communications. This section is for the public to speak on items not on the agenda. So if you want to talk about bicycles, that is on the agenda. If you want to talk about something else, now is your time. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Are there any public speakers for oral communications?
Chair Heckman, we currently do not have any raised hands.
Very well.
I'm sorry, we just have one that just raised it right now. Okay, our first and only speaker is Francine.
Hi, my name is Francine Thale. I live on East Meadow Drive. I have lived here on Arbutus around the corner all my life. I have used the East Meadow way to get to what was then Wilbur and Coverly without bike lanes, never having a problem. My children,
Francis?
same thing, and my
Francis, can I interrupt you for just a second? You could stop her clock, please, Mr. Nguyen. Francis, it sounds very much to me like you are wanting to speak tonight on our agenda item number 2, which is the bikeways project. And if I'm correct, then this would not be the right time to talk. After we get through oral communication, we have some commission business, then we call that agenda item, have a staff report, and then we take public comment on that. And at that point, if you raise your hand, you'll get a full 3 minutes. So am I misunderstanding your comments? Or if not, can I ask you to hold your comments until the agenda item?
So I will wait until it's time. You are correct.
Thank you very much. I'll look forward to hearing those comments later tonight. Mr. Nguyen, any other oral communications tonight?
Chair Heckman, there are no other raised hands.
Thank you. We will then move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. I have none. Commissioners, any of you have any? I'm seeing no hands. So we will move next to city official reports. Mr. Kami.
Thank you very much. So just a brief update. The council's summer recess continues, and so there are no updates from the city council for tonight. The PTC will also take its own recess following this meeting in July and August, with the next 2 meetings being canceled. And this follows a year to date in which none of the other meetings have been canceled. Needless to say, PTC has been very busy and working hard, and the next PTC meeting is scheduled for August 25th. The Development Center, which is part of Planning and Development Services, and also the Office of Transportation, will both reactivate for in-person services on Monday, August 2nd, and we'll be offering in-person services by appointment only, and we'll also continue to offer virtual appointments and online services. Please note that any unvaccinated staff or customers must wear face coverings to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And we will look forward to seeing our customers and coworkers again very soon. And with that, I believe Sylvia Starlack has a few updates that she'd like to share.
Thanks, Philip. I have 2 Safe Routes to School updates. This week, 126 students are participating in summer bike rodeos. Our staff has coordinated these for students who missed them this fall due to the COVID pandemic. While all of last year's 3rd graders did receive online or virtually taught bicycle safety instruction, until the rodeos this week, there had been no on-bike instruction. And we are partnering with the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition to provide these rodeos for students this week. So I just want to let you know that that's happening. The second item is part of our equity efforts. In June, the Safe Routes to School staff coordinated an adaptive cycling event for 20 exceptional needs PAUSD students. Our partner, Bay Area Outreach and Recreation Program, also known as BORP, B-O-R-P, brought special bicycles for students of all abilities and fitted them to the students so they could experience the joy of bicycling on the school blacktop. It was a very successful event, and we hope to bring more adaptive cycling to more Palo Alto students and families in the future. Thanks, Philip.
Thank you. And with that, that concludes the director's comments, and happy to take any questions.
Commission questions of staff? Or Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Just a quick question. What is the targeted age group for the bike rodeos? Is that the 3rd grade event or?
Yeah, that was, thanks, Commissioner Templeton. That was for the last year's 3rd graders, so rising 4th graders. And they were, yes, so they were asked to sign up back in May for those.
That's awesome. Do you have anything planned for kids who are going to be going back to school and haven't been biking for a year plus? Or are you aware of any events like that?
No, we don't have anything planned, but we know that this is a concern of many parents. We do have on our Safe Routes to School webpage many online safety videos and curricula that you can look at and review with your children.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thanks.
Commissioner Chang?
Unmute. Okay. This might be better directed towards Assistant Director Tanner, who isn't here, but I did have a question regarding the objective standards meeting that we had, that I was absent for, but I did watch the video of it. And in it, Assistant Director Tanner had mentioned that she would try and organize a community information session or community webinar or something like that in order to address the height limits concern and to kind of explain to the community who's interested more about what's going on there. And I wanted to follow up, especially because I wasn't at that meeting, to ask, do you know when that is scheduled for by any chance?
Unfortunately, I do not. I'm happy to forward that question to Assistant Director Tanner, though.
Other commission questions of staff? Seeing none, we will move to our action item tonight. The sole action item on the agenda is agenda item number 2, South Palo Alto Bikeways Phase 1 Community Feedback and Concept Plan Alternatives. May we have a staff report, please?
Chair Heckman.
Actually, before we do that, yeah. Before the staff report, let me ask for disclosures by any commissioners, contacts, things of that nature. Vice Chair Rupavar.
So due to the proximity of my house to this project and, you know, after consulting with council of the city, I am going to recuse myself from this action item. And I will return once it, you know, completes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, so I just want to disclose that I've been involved in some of these meetings, like I attended them. So I had attended a meeting in May asking for participation from parents because I am a JLS parent as well as on the JLS PTA. And so I attended one of those. I also attended the engagement summary. And I live close to the area, but not directly affected by it. So I don't feel the need to recuse myself, but I did want, and then the final note is that I had emailed Ms. Chan to ask some questions, and she had given me a response. So that's information that I don't know if I should share now or when it's more relevant in our discussion. Question.
Yang?
Maybe Mr. Ye.
Yeah, so I guess just to be clear, there's not necessarily a need to do traditional disclosures for this item because the city is the applicant. But yeah, so there's no need to do it now. It was important for Vice Chair Rupavar to announce her conflict, potential conflict at the outset, but nothing more is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. All right, seeing no further commission hands, I will ask for a staff report. Ms. Chan, are you going to lead us?
Well, thanks. I'll just briefly introduce Joanna Chan, our senior planner. And I have to sadly note that this is going to be her last meeting because she's unfortunately leaving the city of Palo Alto. So everybody's going to get to see how fantastic she is, and then we'll have to bid her farewell. But this will be her final meeting and her final week here with the city. But that said, Joanna Chan, our senior planner, we also have consultants here to assist with the presentation, and also Sylvia Starlack.
So Steve, could you please pull up the presentation, please? Thank you. So good evening, commissioners and members of the public. So it is my pleasure to be here this evening, being my last week. So I am Joanna. I'm the senior transportation planner with the city. And joining me tonight in this presentation is Steve Davis from our consultant team from Fair and Peers. Next, please. So this evening, we will provide an overview of the project background, potential improvements we share with the community during the first phase of engagement, as well as feedback we have received through our online survey and previous events. We will also present the preferred concept plan that was developed from this phase of community feedback and briefly outline the immediate next steps of the project at the end. So tonight we are looking for PTC's direction on whether staff should proceed with this project as a whole. And if PTC recommends to further pursue this project, staff requests PTC to recommend the preferred concept plan in its entirety to council. Next, please. One more. So the project was awarded to improve bicycle facilities on 3 corridors: the Waverly multi-use path, East Meadow Drive between Alma Street and Fabian Way between East Meadow Drive and East Charleston Road. The city must deliver a protected bikeway along Fabian Way or East Meadow Drive and as close as possible to a protected bikeway along the corridor without a continuous protected bikeway, meaning that parts of the corridor could potentially be a buffered bikeway without the vertical separation. And the grant stipulations do not allow the city to remove segments of these routes from the project without losing the funding. The project must also receive all Caltrans approval to initiate the construction phase by January 2023. Here is a project map showing the project corridors in green. These corridors serve as key routes for students traveling to multiple schools, as well as connections to various community facilities such as Mitchell Park Library and the Community Center, JCC, Ramos Park, and the Highway 101 pedestrian bike bridge project and Adobe Creek Reach Trail that is currently under construction, which you can see in orange on the map. Here are 2 charts displaying data on students bicycling to school, and these were collected by counting the number of parked bikes at a school and are administered by Parent-Teacher Association volunteers. And relevant to the project, the graph on the left shows in blue that JLS students biking increased from 48% in 2009 to 70% in 2019. The graph on the right shows in red that gun students biking increased from 33% in 2009 to 50% in 2019. For this coming school year, earlier start times for JLS and gun could result in even higher rates of biking and walking as parents' work schedules may no longer align with a morning school drop-off. And additionally, according to a fall 2020 survey of PAUSD parents, the lack of protected bikeway is the main reason cited by elementary school parents who do not allow their children to bike to school. Analysis from the city's current sustainability and climate action plan efforts shows that the transportation sector in red is the largest source of greenhouse gas emission in the city at 65%. So projects such as this one support most shift from vehicle trips to active transportation modes, and it is a relatively low cost and efficient strategy to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reduce the barriers to bicycling identified by local parents. And with that in mind, let's take a quick look at the 3 project corridors and what they look like now. The existing Waverly multi-use path is pretty bumpy with uneven surfaces in places due to cracking and tree root intrusion. There are also obstacles such as overgrown vegetations, as you can see in this photo. Additionally, the path is directly adjacent to a chain link fence that can interfere with bicycle handlebars. These issues combined with high demand during school peak periods have led to falls and collisions for students cycling. And on Fabian Way, we have heard parents indicate that the existing bicycle facility make it a difficult school commute route. This is likely due to the large crossing distance, traffic volumes and speed, and the lack of separation from vehicle traffic. As you can see in the photo on the right, this is Fabian Way looking towards West Bay Shore Road. The shared bicycle and parking lane leave little room for bicyclists and presents dooring exposure. And on East Meadow Drive, which is a popular school commute corridor, it currently has 1 vehicle travel lane, 1 bike lane, and 1 non-standard width parking lane in each direction. The road curbs, large parked vehicles, and lack of space between the bike lane and parking lane can result in challenges for bicyclists, exposing them to dooring risks by parked cars or causing them to use the sidewalk when bike lanes are obstructed. Now I would like to turn the presentation over to Steve, who will speak in more detail about potential improvements and share a summary of feedback we have received so far.
Thanks, Joanna, and thank you to the Commission for allowing me to join you today. We'll begin by flipping through some examples of different types of potential improvements that we've shared with the community and that many of you are probably familiar with. The first set of treatments that are the most common form of bike lane, which is either the standard bike lanes you see on the left or the buffered bike lanes that you see on the right. These are treatments that provide a clearly delineated space for one-way bike travel on a roadway. Standard bike lanes, like the ones on the left, are the existing condition on East Meadow and Fabian today. And buffered bike lanes, like the ones on the right, are generally the same, but provide additional striping to create that clear space that you're seeing between bicyclists and moving vehicles. This also creates additional space for bicyclists to move into in the event that a car door is opened into the bike lane from a parked vehicle. Both of these treatments, I think as you all know, are used in many locations throughout Palo Alto. The next potential treatment is a protected bike lane, sometimes referred to as a cycle track. This provides a space for bicycles that is separated from vehicle traffic by some kind of a physical barrier, such as bollards, concrete curbs, or other vertical elements. For example, bollards are used in front of Green Middle School at Middlefield Road and North California Avenue for that protected bikeway. This essentially creates a separate right-of-way for bicyclists within the roadway to minimize interactions between the vehicles and bicycles, and can be implemented quickly using plastic bollards, delineators, other such materials, which is similar to what's on California Avenue and Middlefield Road there by Green. Also, you see it on the left here on Blossom Hill Road in Los Gatos. So one specific version of protected bike lane is referred to as a parking protected bike lane. And this utilizes parked vehicles as part of that physical protection between the bike lane and moving vehicle traffic. So this also creates a separate right of way for bicyclists in the roadway, and it still allows parking to occur on the roadway without having interactions between bicyclists and parked vehicles or vehicles creating parking maneuvers. This allows a space to be put in between parked vehicles and the bicycle way to avoid the vehicle door zone from the passenger side of cars intruding onto bicyclist path. And just like protected bikeways, this can also be implemented more quickly using plastic bollards. And again, the same spot in Los Gatos, just another section of the road. You can see how that is generally done. For the Waverly Path, the barrier between the path and the school parking circulation could potentially be modified to eliminate some of the constraints caused by the existing chain link fence. A shorter barrier in particular would not catch the handlebars of bicyclists like the fence can, and would allow bicyclists to ride closer to that barrier and effectively make the path feel wider, even if it's not actually wider. A wide variety of materials can serve this purpose, including bollards, delineators, curbs, or a variety of other separators. These types of devices have been used throughout the Bay Area, including in Palo Alto and adjacent communities such as Menlo Park, Mountain View, and Redwood City. Additionally, a variety of other decorative or artistic treatments could be considered to replace or enhance the existing fence. These treatments could provide a more substantial separation between the vehicle circulation route and the path, similar to the existing fence, but would improve the aesthetics. Depending on the treatment selected, the overall height may still be reduced to address interference with cyclists' handlebars. Some treatments, such as the decorative bollards and guardrails shown at the far right, can also be implemented and adjusted more quickly. So with this background, let's go ahead and jump into an overall summary of the engagement activities and feedback that we received to date on the South Palo Alto Bikeways project. So as a start, just walking through the methods that were used and the events that were held, this table shows the overall set of engagement methods for this project, including the launching of the project webpage, communication through the city's social media channels, physical distribution of materials, focused meetings, and other methods used to advertise the project engagement. Additionally, this table shows the online survey and various events that were conducted, along with the level of participation that was observed for each of these events throughout the process. A goal of this first phase of engagement was to assess community support for protected bicycle facilities. There were considerations that may have impacted the evaluation of the project. For example, we had to rely on digital engagement tools, which sometimes had low participation, and the engagement timeframe was limited school-based opportunities because it was at the end of the school year. Overall, given the constrained project timeline and pandemic situation, there were limited resources and ability to pivot. This identifies a few of the key pieces of feedback we received for each of the project corridors during the webinars. For the Waverly Path, many attendees expressed a preference for keeping rigid delineation between the path and adjacent vehicle circulation to encourage safer behavior, with a lower fence seen as a desirable option. Participants generally agreed with the project's goal to avoid tree removals along the path. Two key themes that developed were concerns about parking reduction, as well as concerns about visibility for cyclists if parking protected bike lanes were implemented on East Meadow Drive or Fabian Way. Participants sought more information pertaining to the makeup of people using the project corridors and noted that biking is particularly difficult at school arrival and dismissal times along East Meadow Drive. As you can see here, a total of 258 unique participants provided feedback via the project's online survey. About 95% of those who participated live in Palo Alto, and the responses indicated that approximately 80% of those who completed the survey were familiar with the corridors as a bicyclist and/or driver. Approximately 2/3 of the participants represented households with a student under the age of 18 who bikes to and from school. The next few slides will speak directly to the feedback provided for each of the project corridors using the web map, which was accessible through the online survey. A total of 17 comments were received on the Waverly Path via the project web map, with 12 of those expressing a desire for the path to be widened. Respondents expressed a desire to maintain some kind of continuous physical barrier between the path and the adjacent vehicle circulation at the schools, out of concern for safe interactions between students biking and drivers. Several participants noted that wayfinding and connectivity between the path and nearby facilities such as Mitchell Park and existing bikeways on East Charleston Road could be improved. A total of 11 comments were placed along Fabian Way using the web map, with more than half indicating that a protected bikeway was needed. No respondents indicated that the existing bikeways were adequate. Written comments indicated that biking is difficult and feels unsafe here, especially for children, and expressed concern for movements at the Fabian and East Charleston signalized intersection. Finally, a total of 50 comments were placed along East Meadow Drive using the web map. 13 of those comments indicated a preference for protected or buffered bikeways. And all of those were pins that were placed between Alma Street and Middlefield Road. 22 comments were placed indicating that the existing bikeways were adequate. Written comments indicated that there were concerns about placement of bollards, in some cases noting specific locations in the concepts where bollards wouldn't be feasible for bikeway protection. It was noted that biking is particularly difficult during school arrival and dismissal times, and that East Meadow Drive is used heavily as a biking route by Gunn High School students. So as part of the survey, participants were directly asked to vote for their preferred option on each project corridor. 2 options were provided for each location on the Waverly Path, and participants additionally could choose to express no preference or select other and enter written explanation. And that was for all of the corridors that this was done. For the Waverly multi-use path, the 2 options proposed different approaches to modifying the path to provide an improved and more consistent user experience. Option 1 consisted of widening the path toward the grassy strip away from the school buildings where feasible to accommodate larger flows. At pinch points like this fire hydrant that you see here on the left, widening the path would allow more space for bicyclists. Option 2 consisted of not only widening the path toward the grassy strip, similar to option 1, but additionally widening the path towards the school buildings where feasible to allow additional space adjacent to trees and vegetation. Any modification of the path that would require coordination with the fire department and school district. Both options were noted to potentially include removal or modification to the existing chain link fence and replace it with a different type of separation. As previously mentioned, a wide variety of materials could be used to delineate the separation between the multi-use path and the adjacent vehicle route. So approximately 2/3 of the survey participants expressed support for option 2, which would include widening the path on either side where feasible. For Fabian Way, option 1 consisted of eliminating the existing on-street parking to allow 4 vehicle travel lanes to be maintained while adding buffers for the existing bike lanes. Option 2 consisted of maintaining on-street parking, adding a center turn lane, and implementing protected bike lanes while removing 1 through travel lane in each direction. As can be seen here, 58% of the survey participants indicated a preference for protected bike lanes along Fabian Way, while 26% preferred buffered bike lanes. A total of 16% either didn't express a preference or indicated a preference for a different option, with those referred to maintain the existing condition on Fabian Way representing 3.5% of the responses. On East Meadow Drive, both options to improve the existing bikeway require moving parking on one side of the street. The parking retained could be on either side of the street and could potentially be different in different segments. Option 1 generally consisted of providing buffered bike lanes on both sides of the street to improve visibility and separation of bicyclists. Parking would be retained between the bike lane and sidewalk on one side of the street. Option 2 consisted of providing protected bike lanes on both sides of the street. In this option, parking would be between the moving vehicles and bikeways to provide additional physical separation. On East Meadow, 53% of the survey participants indicated a preference for protected bike lanes, while 24% preferred buffered bike lanes. A total of 23% either didn't express a preference or indicated a preference for a different option, with those who preferred to maintain the existing conditions representing 9% of the responses. Consistent with the feedback received during the engagement events, several responses reflected a desire to better understand how parking would be affected prior to selecting an alternative. As part of the survey, participants were directly asked to indicate on which sections of East Meadow Drive and Fabian Way they would prefer to see protected bikeways. Participants were allowed to select more than one segment, could select all segments if desired. As can be seen here, support for protected bikeways was strongest on East Meadow Drive between Alma Street and Middlefield Road, as well as on Fabian Way. Respondents generally showed less preference for protected bikeways on East Meadow Drive, east of Middlefield Road. Based on the feedback received through the events, survey, web map, and emails to the Office of Transportation, we then went ahead with developing a preferred alternative for consideration. The preferred alternative for the Waverly Path was identified as widening to either side of the path where feasible. This design has the potential to provide the greatest enhancement to the user's experience while minimizing the effect on trees. Based on the feedback, it is anticipated that continuous rigid barrier would be investigated to replace the existing chain link fence in order to best control interactions between students on the path and vehicles in the adjacent circulation aisles. As previously mentioned, any widening toward the school would be coordinated with the school district and the fire department. Given the support for protected bikeways on Fabian Way, we plan to present to PTC and Council option 2, which includes a reduction in travel lanes and maintains on-street parking as part of the protected bikeway in the eastbound direction toward US 101. Eastbound in this aerial is off to your left towards 101. Improvements for this segment would be coordinated with other improvement programmed in the area as part of the Charleston Arastradero project, including lane configuration changes at the East Charleston Road intersection. Before we share the preferred alternative for East Meadow Drive, we would like to note that a number of concerns related to improvements on East Meadow Drive were identified through the engagement process. A number of concerns related to the survey not explicitly providing an option to retain existing conditions, which supports an overall community preference to preserve parking as much as possible on the residential side. With that in mind, survey responses indicated general support for protected bikeways on East Meadow south or west of Middlefield Road, with the greatest desire to add protected facilities adjacent to the schools between Waverly Street and Middlefield Road. Given that East Meadow Drive is not wide enough to allow addition of buffers or protection for bike lanes while keeping parking on both sides of the street, the preferred alternative reflects the solution with parking preserved on the residential side. Additionally, last Friday, over 30 residents met with city staff at Ramos Park. A variety of concerns were raised about the project, including concerns about the outreach process, the project rationale, and the reduction in parking supply and convenience. There was also location-specific feedback about the change in parking availability along the Ramos Park frontage and the potential for increased vehicle and bicycle interaction during the tightly clustered morning commute if the parking were retained on the north side of the street. As reducing these interactions is a goal of the project, the next project phase will include conducting outreach to consider retention of parking on the south side of East Meadow Drive, east of Middlefield Road. For the purpose of tonight's action item, PTC could recommend a parking lane removal and leave open the question of where parking should be retained or express a preference for which side should retain parking. Based upon the feedback, East Meadow Drive has been broken into 4 different segments for the identification of the preferred alternative. Location number 1 is between East Meadow Circle and Fabian Way and would retain parking in the westbound direction traveling away from Fabian Way while keeping bike lanes on both sides. Location number 2 is at the other end of East Meadow Drive between Alma Street and Waverly Street. Compared to the rest of the corridor, relatively few properties have driveways directly accessing East Meadow, as most properties in this segment front the cross streets. Because of this, a preferred design of protected bike lanes in both directions with parking maintained on one side has been identified. Access to all driveways would be maintained. Location number 3 is between Waverly Street and Middlefield Road, including the frontage of JLS and Fairmeadow Schools, as well as Mitchell Park on the south side of the street. Along this section, a majority of the north side of the street consists of residential frontage. Because of the context, a preferred design was identified as a hybrid of the original 2 options. On the residential side of the street, a buffered bike lane would be introduced in the westbound direction, while the on-street parking lane would be widened between the bike lane and sidewalk. The buffer would increase bicyclist comfort and provide additional space to navigate the door zone. Alternatives to provide a buffer between bicyclists and parked vehicles could also be considered. On the school side of the street, a protected bikeway would be provided by including physical separation in the proposed painted buffer. Access to all existing driveways would be maintained. One unique location in this segment is where angled parking is provided with direct access from East Meadow Drive adjacent to the Fairmeadow Elementary School site. The same general cross section as described in the last slide would be maintained here, but the bike lane would be striped with dash markings to identify the mixing zone between bicycles and vehicles completing parking maneuvers. This is similar to the existing treatment on Stanford Avenue at the dish parking. The final segment of East Meadow Drive is between Middlefield Road and East Meadow Circle, where both sides of the street are generally fronted by residential properties. Based upon feedback received, the preferred design here consists of buffered bike lanes in both directions. On-street parking would be maintained between the bike lane and sidewalk in one direction, which is currently proposed to be westbound. At locations where there are not driveways and parking is not proposed, such as adjacent to Ramos Park, physical separators such as bollards could be added to the buffered bike lane to enhance protection of bicyclists. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Joanna to explain the next steps for the project.
Thanks so much, Steve. So after tonight's meeting, next slide, please. So after tonight's meeting, we anticipate presenting the project along with PTC's feedback and recommendation to City Council on August the 9th. And if City Council directs the project to move forward, the design phase will likely begin in the fall, which will include more community engagement, parking studies, as well as temporary treatments. And with that, it concludes our presentation tonight, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you. Staff, questions of staff, commissioners, before we take public comment. All right, I'm seeing no hands. So, oh, Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, thanks. These are just questions to staff, correct?
Yes.
So first of all, the original premise of this meeting is whether or not the product should be continued. And I'm just a little bit confused from the start on that. Can you give that some context? I mean, are there pluses and minuses as to why it should move forward or not? Or is this relative to the VTA grant? Why are we being asked that question? Because there's so much invested in it and you know, it's got benefits. Why is it even a question as to whether it should move forward with some recommendation?
I'll start on that, and then perhaps Sylvia or Joanna or Steve even might want to jump in. But just to note that, you know, this was originally brought to PTC and council a little while back as, you know, it's a little bit complicated, but we laid out originally the outreach plan, and this was intended to be a checkpoint on that outreach plan. That outreach plan was determined to, was set to determine if we have a project. And what we mean by that is we've got a potential grant funding source if we have a project. And that is because VTA, in giving us this grant, has required us to do what we said we would do in the grant, which is to provide bike paths in all of the segments that have been mentioned. So that's the premise for the grant. So what we need to decide at this point is if this is going to be a project that we are going to feel comfortable moving forward with. Noting that the history of this project is that it was originally identified as a potential corridor for this type of treatment in the 2012 bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. This grant was applied for approximately 4 years ago. And, you know, now we're trying to fulfill this project on a very, very tight timeline in order to receive that grant funding if we are going to move forward on that project. So noting that we're already spending money on doing the community outreach to determine whether we'll be able to move forward with this project. So that's where we're at. And I'm not sure if Sylvia or Joanna or Steve, you want to provide any more context on that.
Sure, I'll say a couple of things. I think we realized that once we get going with this project, once we decide to move forward and commit to it, that there's no wiggle room in the schedule to kind of stop and change things and pause it, or we will lose the money. And so we wanted to make sure that the community understood what this project was. We wanted to get a check-in to move forward. So that's the main thrust of that.
So then it is specifically relative to if there's a project as funded by VTA. I think that's what I heard Philip say.
Yeah.
I mean, that clarifies the question for me. But the next question is that I understood there was supposed to be some negotiations with VTA. And can we get a status on that?
Yeah, we did speak with VTA about the project scope. They were expecting protected bikeways with a vertical element on all of the project segments. I mean, not on the Waverly Path, but because that's all obviously going to be separated anyway, but on East Meadow and on Fabian. And they said, well, they said you have to provide it as much as possible, as much protection as possible. And if not, if you can't get protection in, then there needs to be some kind of separation, a buffered bike lane. And so leaving any segments out where we leave things in existing conditions would not be okay. We would lose the grant for that. They note that, you know, we competed with other people for this money, and other communities might not take it kindly if we change the promised scope. So they're willing to move a little bit and meet us in the middle to remove the protected bike lanes from both streets, but we have to put in at least buffered bike lanes where we can.
And I just want to note that this is really critical because the crux of the discussion that I'm sure we're going to hear from public comments tonight, you know, and as well from PTC commissioners, you might have the same question is, you know, really the question about removing parking. So just to note that in order to gain the space necessary to do, buffered or protected, any type of additional bike lane, in order to fulfill the need of this grant, we will have to remove parking. So I just want to note that in advance, because that is the difficult discussion that will be before you tonight.
Yeah, we should have that on the table. So your understanding of VTA, the narrowest definition of, can't remember that sort of indirect phrase of almost where it was or something like that, is that there has to be some kind of physical buffer.
It's really the space more so than the physical. So the allowance that VTA is giving us is that we do not have to have the physical barrier as a protected bikeway would, but we do need to have the space at a minimum of a buffered bike lane, if that makes sense to you, on all of the segments. So we can't say this really works great in segment 1, 3, and 4, but we don't want to do it in segment 2. It just, VTA will say, thank you, let's move this money to another agency.
Okay, well, maybe you can go into more detail on that when we get to the alternatives, but that's very good about answering the question. Really quick question, is there any consideration of possibility of also reducing speed limits? Because taking the speeds down 5 miles an hour like reduces collisions by half. I know there's a state law that addresses that as well. So is that also an enhancement in this project of dropping speeds?
I don't have the exact boundaries immediately in front of me, but we are already in the process of reducing speeds around the school zones. So the speeds are going to, this was approved back by council in 2016. We're currently in the process of installing new speed zone signs. So we are already reducing speeds in school areas.
Okay, thanks. That's all the questions for now.
Commissioner Chang.
So just to ask one more time, my understanding, this is an all or nothing deal. We cannot, lop off a section of East Meadow and receive a proportionate amount of funding. Is that correct?
Yes, in order to fulfill the grant, or to have the grant be our funding source for this project.
Okay. Then a second question, which is Ms. Chen, I think, cited a survey of parents saying that the lack of protected bike lanes is the reason why many elementary school children do not bike. And so I was wondering if that was also the case for specifically Fair Meadow Elementary School children, since that is primarily the elementary school in question in this area. And the reason I asked that question is because I want to make sure that this is solving for an actual problem, according to that neighborhood and people who use that area.
I can speak to that. So that was a survey that was done, that was school district wide. So it was parents across the district parents from across the district who don't let their kids walk or bike to school, cited that the lack of protected bike lanes was the number one reason why, reason why they weren't biking to school.
Okay, so we don't have the crosstabs on that, knowing how many Fair Meadow parents said that.
No.
Yeah, okay. That's it for me, for now.
All right, thank you. Any other commission questions of staff before we go to public comment? Seeing no hands, we will now open the floor for public comment. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9. And I know we have speakers tonight. Before we get to that, you'll have 3 minutes as indicated on the clock. And I do expect that, in fact, I can see we have 7 hands up already, 25 attendees. I'm expecting more of you to raise your hand. So what I would encourage you to do is we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. To the extent you're going to say something that you heard another speaker say, just if you can find a short way to tell us you agree with that earlier speaker, you actually preserve more of your time to make original points. which would, and both of that would be helpful to hear the original points and to know you agree with the prior speaker. So with that, looks like Mr. Nguyen, you want to start the public speakers for this item.
Yes, thank you. Let's wait a quick moment for the speaker timer. Oh, there it is, sorry. Okay, our so currently we have 10 speakers. Our first 5 speakers will be Arthur Keller, followed by Kenneth, followed by Sue F, followed by Peggy, and then followed by Alan. So our first speaker is Arthur.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. I quote from staff report, page 2, and the emphasis added. The original scope, grant scope committed the city to delivery of protected bike lanes along Fabian Way and East Meadow Drive. After conversation with the ATA, the city must deliver at a minimum a protected bikeway along Fabian Way or East Meadow Drive. Must deliver a scope as close as possible to protected bikeways along any corridor without a continuous protected bike lane. Now, the plan can provide a protected bikeway along Fabian Way along East Meadow Drive with Alma and Middlefield and Waverly, and not change anything between Middlefield and East Meadow Circle, Region 4. The plan is preference to the neighborhood. If desired, a green stripe can be painted with a bike lane markers between Middlefield and East Meadow Circle along East Meadow Drive. Now, why spend money to fix something that's not broken? I also point out that the along East Meadow Circle, that between East Meadow Circle and Fabian Way, that parking should be on the south side of the street. So the rather than the north side, because in that direction is where the bike bridge is going to be placed in the entrance to the bikeway, the bike bridge. So it would be a problem if there's parking on that side of the street. And not only that, but there also is parking, parking all along there because of excessive parking because of there's 2 housing complexes in the neighborhood, and those complexes cause considerable street parking that can be seen at night. So I would suggest you would be people look at night, and then you'll see all the parking on the street. I'm done.
Thank you, Arthur, for your comments. Our next speaker is Kenneth.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. There seems to be an echo. If you're listening to the meeting on a different device.
Okay, can you hear me? Is the echo gone now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kenneth Fail. I've lived here on East Meadow for over 40 years. And I want to address one comment that Mr. Davis made, that only 9% of the people wanted to retain the situation as is, based upon the meeting that we had, the impromptu meeting we had on Friday with over 35 attendees for this. I'm addressing segment 4 of East Meadow, by the way, the area east of Middlefield down to East Meadow Circle. It was not 9% that wanted to keep it. It was 100% of the residents here wanted to keep it as is, with respect to the issue of maintaining the parking on the streets. We were all agreeable to having the bike lane painted green to emphasize it, but no one wants to have the parking removed. It would be a tremendous inconvenience to everybody. I personally have a business here. I'm a law practice. I have an assistant who's handicapped, who would be forced to walk quite a bit of distance away from her office if she was not allowed to park here. I have a number of clients who are elderly in their 80s and 90s. It would be a horrible inconvenience for them as well. And so the proposal to remove the parking is overkill in that we have never seen, there's no empirical evidence that there is any kind of accident or collision or any interference by cars opening their doors with respect to interfering with the bike lane. It's a perceived problem that is not an actual problem. And yes, we can improve the biking, but we do not have to remove the parking. And as far as the contention that it's an all or nothing deal or you'll lose the money, that is incorrect. You can still improve the parking, improve the bike lanes, but you do not need to remove the parking. That would be a major inconvenience and a major loss of a financial interest as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenneth, for joining us tonight. Our next speaker is Sue. Sue, can you speak?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm kind of bothered very much here by the timeline that decisions have to be made by August 9th, and the Planning Commission and the City Council are going on vacation. So I don't see how anything is going to get done between now and then very much without just barreling through with the all or nothing idea, like we got to get this money, let's do it, damned with what everyone says, which is a very unfortunate thing, I think. I think that the city, Joanna Chen mentioned that she said the city, according to the proposal, is not allowed to remove segments of the plan. In the park on July 9th, and I believe on a phone call previously with Sylvia, I do not believe we were told that that was 100% definite. I thought we could change segments of the plan. My understanding was we could. So I thought we're trying to get all these comments from neighbors and residents to understand that better and make our voice be heard. I also go to what Arthur spoke of the there was a notation of the survey results. 9% of East Meadow area residents said, don't change the portion of East Meadow. I think that the results of the survey drove people to put answers that they didn't necessarily want. I know that I, on several questions, looked at it and I said, I don't want any of these, and I can't get a good answer for what I want in our neighborhood. So I do believe that the survey, like many surveys ever done in the world, are skewed to get the results you want, which is get everybody to say, okay, and move ahead with the plan. Because like Arthur said, 100% of approximately 35 people at the park on Friday who are residents of the area and closely affected by this said, we don't want this. So that information and the results of that survey are not accurate at all. So I also really wonder about who agreed to this plan of take this proposal, and like Sylvia said, let's take it away from other cities who want the money because Palo Alto can use it, knowing it was pretty much an all or nothing plan. And did you really think Palo Alto people weren't going to speak up? And if you lived in this neighborhood or took the time to be down here, I think that you would really not want this in your neighborhood. I mean, I don't mean to say don't put it in my backyard, but that's exactly what's happening. And we have a ton of stuff on this road, and we need to have cars and parking. And we need to be listened to most of all. And I don't think that's being done if you just want to ram it down our throats to get the money, which I think is your goal. And I'm sorry about that.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Peggy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having this meeting and listen to us. And also, thank Sylvia for meeting us at the park last Friday. After the meeting at the park, a lot of residents sent emails to the Planning Commission and also the City Council. Please read those emails. There are tons of reasons that why this plan is not a good plan. It's actually okay. I wouldn't use the words in the email, but please read them. And when I look at the presentation today, I almost laughed loud because when I saw the picture of East Meadow, it's very, very, very deceptive. It's a picture taken. I couldn't even believe that that there's an angle to take a picture of East Meadow showing that the bike lane is not generous. But actually, I took a photo a few days ago and sent that photo with the email. And I just now sent another email to the Planning Commission. Please look at the email. Please look at the photo that I take. The bike lane is very generous. It's almost as wide as the car lane. And yeah, I don't know why we still need to widen that already very generous bike lane. And also I'm very concerned about the deceptive photo in the presentation. There's another slide talking about the percentage of students going to school, and the percentage is rising every year. Why they use percentage? Why don't use just the real number, the absolute number? There's one reason using the percentage, because maybe the absolute number is decreasing, but because of the base number of students is decreasing, then the percentage is increasing. Then they chose to show the percentage instead of the absolute value. So from these slides, I think we have a reason to question the data in the presentation, whether they are engineered so that it's favored to a decision that they want to push. As a summary, as many fellow neighbors already stated in their emails, there is no problem with this East Meadow stretch of the street. And please do not create problems when there is no problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. For our next and last 5 speakers are Alan, followed by Amy, followed by Patricia, followed by Tally, followed by Francine, followed by Karen, and then followed by Chuck. Okay, our next speaker is Alan. Alan, if you're there, can
Yes, I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. I've been a member of the city's pedestrian and bicycle committee for over 40 years with one interruption, but I'm not speaking for that committee, only for myself. I believe this project should not move forward. There's a need in this corridor, but the project has not been designed to address the need. You've heard very clearly that it was designed to chase certain funding and to conform to the requirements of that funding, not to the need in the corridor. It would be possible for the city to spend $500,000 of its own funding and $1 million of the grant while making things more dangerous for bicyclists and pedestrians. The need in this corridor could be addressed, first of all, by some combination of partial parking removal and lane reconfiguration, which would preserve more parking than the current plan, which is clearly important to the neighborhood. But what's been presented to you here as a necessity is barrier-separated bikeways, which have been described to you as protected. That's also how they were described during outreach, and naturally, when people are told that bikeways are protected, that's what they want. It sounds like there is no interaction with cars, but that's an illusion. It's not the engineering term for these facilities, and the many drawbacks were not presented either to you or during public outreach. If you're driving a car, you would not think of passing right turning traffic on the right. Roads wouldn't even be designed that way. But these separated bikeways force bicyclists to pass right turning traffic at every driveway and minor intersection on the right, in the right rear blind spot of the driver, while expecting to be protected, while the driver is unable to merge toward the curb as you would normally do because of the barrier. In addition, sight lines may be obstructed by parked cars, which has been mentioned. There are additional drawbacks to being trapped in the separated bikeway, but I don't have time to go into those. You might say, well, you don't have to use them if you don't want to, but the remaining traffic lane will be too narrow to share side by side, and will also create hostility and antagonism between bicyclists who want to use it and motorists who are delayed. Buffer bike lanes also have problems, but I could work with them if I had to. These barrier separated, so-called protected bikeways, no, you should not approve the project.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Amy. Okay, I'm sorry, Amy, it looks like you're using an older version of Zoom, so I actually can't unmute you, but I can temporarily promote you to panelist so you can give us your comments. So your Zoom app is gonna close and reopen shortly. Amy, you're muted.
Good evening, once again, hello. Okay, my name's Amy Ashton and I am here to speak for those who aren't here with us tonight, and those are the kids, hundreds of which who use and would use this bike lane if they felt safe. Public right-of-way is for all of us. It's not a private parking lot for use of those who are out there. This is transportation space. It's space that contributes to our sense of community and our overall public health. I'm just kind of sad that potentially parking spaces might be the reason this plan is being squashed. And I admit no plan is perfect. This plan might not be perfect, but it's a step in the right direction towards making these kids feel safe. And I think that's what our community is about and what we need to value. So thank you so much and good luck with this.
Okay, thank you, Amy, for your comments. Our next speaker is Patricia.
Hi, I would like to say that I think that there's several problems with this plan. I'm asking the commissioners to please, oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Oh, okay. Can you restart me by any chance? I just didn't know if you could hear me. Hello?
Yeah, we can
Go ahead and restart. Mr. Nguyen, go ahead and restart it.
Thank you so much. All right, so there are a number of problems with this project, and specifically with community engagement and outreach, which I think was quite failed because, as we discovered in the park last Friday, or whenever that was, last Monday, that many of us were completely unaware of this project. You should also know, commissioners, that we are not just motorists, we are cyclists and motorists, many of us. And so we are not anti-bicycle at all. This program has created a real illusion, this project. And commissioners, I'd like you to pay attention to, like Alan was saying, the grant is really forcing the conditions, and you've really put the cart before the horse. Looks like you've done a great job of explaining what you're doing, but the basic premise is flawed because you're jamming the location into the grant, and that creates a lot of problems. I'd like to say, as a parent, I would not allow my child, K to 4 grade, to bike, walk, or otherwise go to school on their own, regardless of whether you paved the roads with gold and put them in some kind of protected bubble, because they're really too vulnerable and they lack maturity because they're little kids. And so I think there's lots of great things we could do to solve these problems. They're just not in that grant. Next, your data is skewed, like Peggy was saying. The cost of housing in Palo Alto, coupled with declining birth rates, will lead to less of a PAUSD population going forward. So using percentages is completely misleading. And then saying that those are increasing, maybe the percentage has increased, but not the gross number, not the raw number. There are solutions, just not with this grant. Commissioners, please vote no. And please also, like Peggy was saying, take some time, if you can, to read the emails that we're sending. A lot of us are really, really upset about this because we feel like we've been blindsided. And if you vote no, if you vote yes on this, you will increase danger to both cyclists, motorists, and pedestrians, and there will be accidents. There are lots of great things that could be done that probably would require less money and some imagination, but this is not the right way to do it. I thank you guys so much for your public service, commissioners, and everyone who's come here tonight to give up their time to figure this problem out. We all love the kids, we all love cycling, and we want to have a safe community, but this grant is not it. Thank you so much again for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Tally.
Hi. Hi, thank you. I've been living on Ortega Court for 35 years now. And I thank you guys all for being here and for taking the time with the grant. I agree with most of the speakers so far that because this is an all or nothing kind of a deal, which I didn't understand until just right now, with all our outreach, and I put all in quotations because the first time I heard about this project was the meeting that was on Friday, even though I'm on Facebook and I'm on Next Door Neighbor, etc. So the outreach was not sufficient to start with. So the fact that this is an all or nothing kind of a deal is very disturbing, because the part of the project that is problematic is, in my opinion, the stretch of East Meadow Drive from Middlefield to East Meadow Circle. And the very problematic part of that is Ramos Park. That park is accessed by, people who come there for soccer and dog walking, etc. And I think there might even be a legal problem to eliminate parking on that side of the street. You would be eliminating the handicap parking, and you would be forcing people to jaywalk, which is illegal, because they would have to go either all the way to Ross Road or to Lewis Road in order to cross, and that is not practical. So I contend that there might even be a legal problem to eliminate parking next to Ramos Park. It's not like Mitchell Park where there's other parking there. There's parking lots at Mitchell Park. There is no alternative parking there. So this is, I'd also like to hear some stats about the accidents that have been along the corridor, mostly the East Meadow corridor, because I think that's the problematic part of this proposal, because again, it's all or nothing. And I'm wondering if it's really not a problem there, but it just was inserted into this whole plan, and now we can't eliminate it. So that's the part of the plan that is not, in my opinion, this whole thing shouldn't go through because of that part. Yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Francine.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. So as I was saying in the beginning, I have lived here all my life in this neighborhood. I grew up here as a kid. I biked East Meadow, went to Wilbur, went to Coverly. My children did, and my grandchildren. And there has never been a problem that I know of, especially between Middlefield Road and East Meadow Circle. There's never been an issue with cars and bicycles. I think that I agree with basically what everybody said. The only thing I want to add to this are two things. One, there is no reason, because I know that they did this for the other elementary schools, that you passed out saying, you passed out a flyer to all the parents saying, this is how the kids should ride and where. And I don't understand why we can't do that, to say, go to Mayview, go through the park, because that's where their bike places are, that they have to place their bikes to go to school. And that's a much quieter street. They don't have any issues with that. I don't get that. And then, not to add insult to injury, but having that turnabout that you put in, you got rid of the bike lanes there. And now you're going to have children mix in with this roundabout where they had to put back two of the stop signs. And it's going to be an issue for pedestrians. I've already seen it for cars and for bicyclists who all have to converge in this roundabout.
Fire department.
Oh yeah, and the fire department goes down East Meadow quite a bit, and they literally have to slow down, stop, go around the thing, and who knows, somebody having a heart attack, how long, you know, how much longer they have to wait because of that. So I really don't think that this should continue. I think you need to end it. If you have to give back the money because it's all or nothing, give back the money. I did see in section 2 where it said Fabian Way or East Meadow, you could do something. And I do see on Fabian Way, it makes sense because it's a much larger street, wider street, and most of the places are businesses that already have parking lots for their employees. So I could understand doing something there for the bicycles. I can understand on East Meadow putting in the green, was it the green color thing so that people can see the bike paths better. But the road's just not that wide as Charleston and Arastadero. And I really don't think there's been a problem here. I also have asked to see where they've had an issue, and nobody has shown that to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Karen. Hi, Karen, if you're there, can you please unmute yourself? Last call for Karen. Okay, in the interest of time, we'll come back to Karen at the end. Our next 3 speakers will be Chuck, followed by Robert, and then Shelley. Chuck, if you're there, you can speak now.
My name is Chuck Wilson. I'm a resident of East Meadow for 41 years. In the 41 years I've been here, I've never seen a problem with biking safety. My 3 children all bike to and from school to Fairmeadow, JLS, and Gunn. The bike lanes are probably the widest in the city. There are lines already between the bike lanes and the traffic and not the bike lanes and parking. Another problem, one of the biggest safety problems is Ramos Park, which has already been gone over, but I want to point out that Ramos Park, first of all, does not have its own parking, unlike Mitchell Park that was pointed out. So most of the use is by young children. In the evening, there's t-ball, youth soccer. These parents park on the south side so their kids do not have to run across the road. Removing the parking from the south side is going to mean that all these kids that are going to Don Ramos Park every evening during school time are going to be running across this road, 4 lanes, 2 bike lanes, 2 traffic lanes, to and from. And these are the young kids. These are not older teenagers. These are our youngest children that are using Ramos Park. And then the parents, the adults would be carrying their athletic equipment, picnic tables for picnics on weekends. Another problem is that there isn't enough space for all the parking right now to go to one side. The city's been encouraging the addition of the ADU units to provide low-cost housing, and this has increased the amount of parking on the street. You might go down the middle of the day and it looks like there's a lot of parking, but in the evening when everyone's home, you find that right now where I live, the south side is the overflow parking for the north side because there just aren't enough spaces. And the problem of leaving the parking on the north side is that in the morning, that you're doubling the number of cars on the north side. All the kids are biking to school on the north side, and they're in a rush to go to school. It's different from in the afternoon when they're coming leisurely gone and the after school activities are spaced out. But in the morning, you've got the rush of traffic and they're all rushing. And then at the same time, you have twice as many car doors opening, people backing out, driving over the bike lane. So for that reason, that's a bad idea. Let's see. Yeah, I and the others aren't going to have enough time to speak everything. Just read our emails. I think in our emails, we did a good job. The circle right now, if you look at the picture I sent in the email, you'll see how the lines of the bike path direct the bikers right into the traffic before they go around the circle. That's just an accident waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Robert.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. First, I'll kind of follow your format, and I'll tap on all the people I agree with. So painter, and at least what I remember, painting the lanes and stenciling is something we need. I live between Meadow and between the roundabout. So that's where I live on Meadow. Have for 16 years, family of 5, all bicyclists for commuting, work, everything. So a lot of bicycles going on in my house. So I agree with painting the lanes and stenciling. I agree with maintaining all the parking on both sides of the street for some of the other reasons that have been given. The bike lanes are very generous as they are presently. There was quite a bit of lacking of the community engagement and outreach because everyone at the meeting last Friday did not receive a door hanger or any kind of communication about this. So there's no problem, don't create one. Ramos Park, eliminate the parking down there would be a nightmare. The roundabout is a nightmare, and reducing the bike lanes around it presently. I walk my dogs through there every day, trying to walk the dogs around. If there's bicyclists around and cars around, everybody kind of pauses and doesn't really know what to do. And the kids in the morning time have the same issue. So that needs to be rethought. No accidents that I've seen living in where I live in my street anywhere, coming and going all time of day. I do have an ADU. I built an ADU, and losing parking, we were encouraged by the city and given money by the city to build an ADU. We built an ADU to provide more housing for the community. And now we're saying, okay, now we want to take away the parking that's on your street for another reason, but thanks for that. So that's not very good. So I want to add a few things, new ones. There's a church on the corner of Middlefield and East Meadow that has a lot of services going on. They require parking. They always overflow on our street. Ramos Park has a lot of things going on. There's the baseball, there's the church at the corner, there's the community center, there's the chili cook-off. Anytime there's events, our street is always used for overflow parking. So this is not parking just that, being a resident on the street that I'm losing. It's also the community parking they're losing the space as well. Because when the parking's full, they go everywhere around the neighborhood and try to find. So the farther they have to walk, the farther the strollers have to go, the farther everyone has to make the event that's in the park. So they use this street for events, and I think everything's okay with that because it doesn't happen every single day all the time. And lastly, I just want to thank you for your time. And also we have 2 bus stops on this street on this side too as well. So a lot of coming and going with adding in new things for that. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Shelley.
Hi, thank you so much for the time that you guys have dedicated to this. I want to say that I completely agree with Francine and Ken, with everything Peggy and Patricia and Tally have said with regards to the amount of community engagement on this and just the amount of information and the data that has gone out, or the lack of data, right? I agree with, if people have to park across the street and then walk across the street, they're going to jaywalk, which is going to make things very dangerous. Some alternatives that I would like to suggest would be speed bumps, because we have big trucks going up and down that corridor. We have lots of cars going up and down, and it would be great just to kind of force people to slow down. The next item is that roundabout. I completely agree. It is so dangerous. Some people stop, some people don't stop. Some people go super fast, and I have seen so many people almost get into accidents or almost run into people because there's the assumption that it's a roundabout. It's just, if it's not going to be used as a roundabout, it should be removed. And there should just be a 4 stop sign sort of thing there to make sure that everybody stops, everybody is aware of what the rules are. But the way it is right now, with half of the street being just driving and then half the people stopping and people are confused. It's really dangerous. I would like to see more data again from everybody, who lives around there, like maybe some sort of mail-in survey. I feel like having this on Zoom makes it so that only people who have access to electronic devices are on this, or who are computer savvy are, getting onto this, or people who have email addresses. So maybe some sort of mail-in survey would be great. And to top it off, like I bike with my kids to school. I've never had an issue, but my kids are smaller, right? Like I have a kindergartner and I have a second grader, and I would never let them bike by themselves. Although my son he does tend to think he's a teenager and bike far ahead of me. And I'm like, but he's learning and they're doing bike safety at school. He's, like it's definitely something they're getting more comfortable with. And I have not felt like East Meadow is dangerous because it is pretty wide and there is a huge bike lane right there. And painting it green would be great. It's a visual reminder, but I feel like getting rid of the parking or forcing people to park across the street, you're just creating more problems. I would like to see more things like speed bumps or something. So, and also lastly, I agree with Fabian Way. It is so dangerous. I used to live over there. All the kids would drive up and then go down East Meadow. That's how they felt. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We will now go back to Karen. Karen, if you're there, can you please unmute yourself?
Good evening. This is actually Rick and Karen Jew. I'll be speaking for both of us. We are also longtime residents of East Meadow. Like Karen, I have a practice on the streets that I've had since the early 80s. And I actually can see East Meadow from my window. And my door is generally open. Cannot remember an event where a car and a bike had a problem. I also was born and raised in Commonwealth. I've lived here virtually all my life. I went to Wilbur, Ross Road, the Anza, Wilbur, and Cumberland, riding my bike or walking. I didn't see any people die going to school or any entanglements with cars of any kind. So I want to actually quickly ask the commission, the planning commission, to decline a positive recommendation for this project. And just to re-emphasize some of the things that people said, Arthur said it's not an all or nothing, it's an either or between East Meadow and Fabian Way. And for Tom pointing out that we are elderly people that move around the street. I do too. In my practice, I have clients that are in their 80s and 90s. And so having them to come across East Meadow would be a real problem. But Peggy, I would say absolutely stop lying with statistics. When I was young and using my bike to go to school, there were way more children going to school. Nobody died. And to Sue and Alan, thanks for what you said. And to Amy, who was the one dissenting a voice, there are alternatives that are free or have a very low cost, which would be going and using Mayview as opposed to East Meadow. It is the stress-free bike path you are all looking for. And to Patty, thank you for your comments. I believe with Patty, there was not sufficient outreach. I'm here 24/7. I don't remember the outreach. And to Francine, and for Chuck, and to Robert and Shelley, I think in conclusion, the neighborhood doesn't want this. We've all written emails regarding and expressing our ideas as to why this is a bad idea. This should be integrated into the statistics that you presented tonight and not ignored. So again, I want to thank the commission for hearing us. I hope that you turn it down and do not recommend this to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can you please restate your name for the record?
Rick and Karen Jew. We're longtime residents of East Meadow.
Thank you. Chair Heckman, that concludes public comments for this item.
All right, I want to thank the many members of the public who spoke tonight, and also thank the members of the public who submitted written comments, which I have read all of. I suspect my fellow commissioners have. I was at 5:45 tonight. I was reading the batch that came in this afternoon, And so those are important for us too. And we appreciate the time you took to share your thoughts and concerns with us. I'm going to bring it back to the commission for our deliberation now, but I'd like to actually start with a question of staff. In the staff, because I heard it from at least 3 of our commenters, in the staff report, fairly early in the report, there is a reference to Fabian Way or East Meadow. Later on the staff report, it's conjunctive Fabian Way and East Meadow. And clearly, at least 3 of our speakers are under the impression from that first reference that we have some choices that we can make here. Although that's not my impression from the overall staff report. So I'd like a member of staff to clarify that reference and really what the deal is with this VTA grant.
I mean, I can start answering that, and if Sylvia and Phil, you guys would like to add, feel free. So first of all, I also want to thank you, all of the members of the public and commissioner, setting aside this time to discuss the project with us tonight. So I guess just a little background. So this grant was envisioned and awarded 4 years ago. So, I mean, the strategies and perspectives have definitely changed since. So it has, I guess this project has been dormant for some years. So when we re-engaged council as well as PTC earlier this year in January 2021, we were also in conversations with VTA, already letting them know that this original grant, which is to deliver protected bikeways with the vertical separations on both corridors, we let them know that this may not be something that could happen in the city. So we started that discussion early on, and we let them know, and they're like, well, this is still what the grant requires. We will continue working with the city. And we did also let them know that we're going through the first of community engagement. So pretty much we left it open-ended. We'll say we'll continue discussing and come back to us when we have more data from the community. So as we were having our community conversations, we continuously went back to VTA, and what they said, okay, it seems like we could have the protected bikeway on Fabian. So it sort of becomes like, okay, we could deliver the protected bikeway on Fabian, but the other one we will continue discussing, but they still want it to be as close as possible to the original grant, which is the protected bicycle facility. So that's why it sounds kind of like the original grant is to deliver protected bikeways, but after discussion, they're willing to work with us. And that's already kind of like after some community engagement, having and them knowing support that we have we have support from the community that it could happen on Fabian Way. I don't know if Sylvia or Philip, you guys have any other notes to add.
I just want to add that at no point did VTA say it would be okay to leave parts of East Meadow as they are in existing conditions.
Yeah, thanks. And I also want to just note that although the grant was 4 years ago, this project was, I guess, initially conceived back prior to 2012, when the 2012 bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan was originally drafted.
All right, that's helpful. So I'm understanding now that and actually when you read it in the context of the sentence, it's basically saying one of these roads, at least one of these roads has to be protected. And the one that's not protected, which means the physical barrier, has to be buffered, which is widened or have the wider path. And both of those on segment 4 in East Meadow would result in a loss of parking. So we don't really have a choice within the context of the grant to say we'll do protected or buffered here, but neither protected or buffered there. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. In the terms of the grant.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that clarification. And I hope that helped some of our members of the public understand that language from the staff report. So I'd like to, my thought regarding the commission discussion here was that we would start with a round of general comments by the commissioners, up to 5 minutes, sort of an overview thoughts that any of the commissioners may have. And then we can dive into each of what I'm counting as 6 segments. If you look at the East Meadow as 4 discrete segments, which one of the staff maps shows us. So if that sounds all right with the commission, I would invite Commissioner hands, and I'm seeing Commissioner Templeton's hand.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if before we get started, if staff wanted to respond to anything from the public comments. There was definitely a lot of concerns and allegations that were included in that commentary.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, very much would like to address some of those things. I just want to note again that really the purpose of this meeting and the reason this item is before you is because we want to decide whether this is a project that members of the community want to see move forward. And so I just want to first say thank you to everyone that's shown up here, to provide their thoughts and, noting that staff developed this process in particular because we don't want to force anything down. So we didn't just say, we've got this project, we're moving forward. This entire part of this process is really to determine whether we have, people's desires and interest in this project. So I just want to note that. I also want to note that, apologies, my dog just scared herself with a cardboard box, startled me a little bit. But I want to note that, we have all of the raw data for, all of our safe routes to school. And the reason why, typically when you share school data, you share percentages is because the school population can change over time. And actually, in our case, the school population has actually increased, I believe, over time since when that slide started. So we'd be happy to share the raw data for that, which actually shows that we have a lot more people bicycling now, students bicycling now than we did in the past. We have slides with that data on it. I also want to note that this project was on, a really tight timeline for a lot of community outreach, and a lot of community outreach happened. Noting that, we had door hangers, mailings to residents within 500 feet of the project, social media. We had flyers posted at the grocery stores. We had multiple webinars. We have a website. We sent emails to individuals and local neighborhood associations and the school communities. So I want to note that the meeting that occurred last Friday was, at least as far as our staff knew, just a meeting with a few concerned residents that wanted to discuss the project, and ended up being quite a large meeting that our staff was not really prepared to handle, or didn't have a presentation or anything like that, with I believe around 37 residents. But so noting that, their comments and concerns didn't really make our report or presentation, which had printed earlier, but you heard many of their comments and concerns tonight. And I'll say better late than never. So very glad to have their input on this project. With that, did I miss anything, Sylvia, Joanna, that we wanted to talk about beforehand? Sure. No. Oh, Sylvia has one. Still muted.
Sorry, the slippery mute button. I just wanted to mention that at our high schools now, over half of the students bike to school. So that's approximately 1,000 students at each high school are arriving by bike in a non-pandemic year. So just want to give you the context around that. Thank you.
Thank you all. Chair, may I do my comments now?
Please.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation. I also watched the webinar video and felt very excited about this project. It's definitely interesting to hear the different perspectives, and there are definitely different angles and points of view that we need to consider. I will share, some of you on the commission already know, but maybe for our public, I was biking on Meadow in front of Fair Meadow when my daughter was struck by a car that was pulling out of the parking lane. She was fine, no lasting injuries, but just to say, that does happen. And I've seen it happen. And I've also been participant in that kind of collision. And we don't want to have that, especially with very young children. I would also say that now that my children are going to a school along the Rastradero corridor, rather than requiring the use of Meadow, they're biking more. So these are anecdotes, but just to let you know that I feel that we do have some expectation that more children will be able to bike independently when the biking facilities are more protected and safer. So I think it's really exciting that we have this opportunity to use funds from external source to improve our city streets for bikers. I'm going to leave it there for my initial comments, but just to say thank you for presenting this opportunity and allowing us to discuss it.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. Other commissioners? Commissioner Chang.
Sure. So I was initially really excited about this project also because I live in the area. My kids bike to JLS and to Hoover. We're big users of the Waverly bike path. And again, I should say that, I can attest to the dangers of the Waverly bike path because my own child went over his handlebars and we had to stop at JLS to deal with it. All that said, and I want to thank staff for their really hard work and to also thank everybody who gave up part of their precious evening to give a public comment or write emails. And it's wonderful to hear all of those perspectives, which I also share and understand because I also bike down East Meadow and I see the difference in the traffic pattern on the Alma side of Middlefield versus the 101 side of Middlefield along East Meadow. And so what I really want to make sure we do here, as I was going through this and participating in the community meetings with the staff team, is to avoid another Ross Road process because I just think it undermines the confidence of our citizenry in our process. And I know that the community engagement was rushed because of the project timeline. So you guys did an admirable job given what time you had, but nevertheless rushed and also immeasurably complicated because of the pandemic. So the timing was really less than ideal because most of the outreach started in May and anybody with a school-age child can't read anything, has no bandwidth for anything in May. And as a member of the PTA and working with our principal on communication plans, I actually really tried to push that survey, but it's very hard. And our PTA and principal teams were very careful about metering out communications, knowing that chances are parents aren't going to get the message for things that are immediately related to school, much less something that's a larger community. And so it's just a real challenge. And so I do have concerns about the community engagement since kids who are, going to JLS and Fair Meadow generally live near JLS and Fair Meadow and would be impacted heavily by this. I really think that there seems to be pretty broad consensus on most of the recommendations with the exception of one of that section from Middlefield to East Meadow Circle. And so it's a real shame that it is an all or nothing decision based on the grant. Like what I would like to do, and that's not, where I'm leaning on this is I'd really like to see a lot of these changes implemented. I think there seems to be tremendous consensus on the Waverly path as well as on Fabian and actually a good portion of East Meadow. And yet I see that the concerns that are raised are really valid ones. I'm very concerned about crossing the need, with parking for Ramos Park being a really big concern because our public areas, as one speaker who was in favor of the path said are for everybody, but we have a park there and we need to make sure that that park is usable and safe also. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Commissioner Lowing, followed by Commissioner Suma.
Yeah, just briefly to start off, to answer the initial two questions in the staff report, I really think that this project is terrific in terms of the connection of making this all happen for the schools, for the public, for the great new bridge above Bart's Head there. You know, all of this is phenomenal. And I actually agree with substantially with what a lot of Commissioner Chang said, that you know, we haven't talked about it yet tonight, but I'm betting that there's probably a lot of consensus that this is mostly good, with this one drawback, at least in this one section. I also think that this should definitely go to council, and I understand sort of the difference between how Transportation Department has positioned the project, meaning the project with the grant. I think of it a little bit more broadly as, you know, the project that can go forward. And I really would prefer that we have policy, not money, drive, you know, how we get that project done. 919,000 is not zero. It's also not 9 million, and we don't even know what the total project costs. So we don't really know as a percentage of the total what that's about. So I want to hear what folks have to say about each of the pieces, but as a general overview, you know, that's what I like to say. I also would like to tag on with Commissioner Templeton and just ask one question of staff, particularly with respect to Mr. Wachtel's letter, which was all the public comment. I've read every one of the letters that you sent twice, at least. And your comments tonight are just so important for our deliberations and for us to hear. So thank you for that. I would expect that staff would probably say that they don't agree with Mr. Wachtel, but with his experience, for example, for 30 years on the city's pedestrian and bicycle advisory commission, he's not making this stuff up. So when he says things like this is going to be more dangerous, not less, that's striking to me, and should be considered. So I don't know if you have anything specific. You don't have to, but if you'd like to comment on any of these things in the letter, you can do that. But then I'll stop there.
Well, I don't know that we want to necessarily air an argument about, what type of bicycle facility is the best. I think there are different types of users of bicycle facilities. So I think that's really important to note. Some bicyclists might feel more comfortable acting as vehicles. So typically call those type of cyclists vehicular cyclists. So vehicular cyclists feel more comfortable taking the lane, and using the lane. Often children, especially student age bicyclists, feel more comfortable in protected facilities. But that's not always the case. Sometimes there might be an experienced cyclist who prefers to ride in a protected facility, or vice versa. There might be a student that feels comfortable taking the lane. So I think that's something that you could argue. I do think that there is quite a lot of data that does show that a protected facility where there is not an existing facility can be safer for younger bicyclists.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is an exciting project, and I want to thank staff given the tight timeline for moving it forward. And I guess I would associate myself with a lot of the concerns that were brought up. It sounds like there's some leeway by the members of the public, and I want to thank them for all their emails. They really got on board and were very informative. And speaking tonight, I do think that others have mentioned this, Fabian Way being a seriously scary street for people to bike down. And the improvements to the Waverly bike path are definitely no-brainers and really, really needed. And then there's just this question about, is it overkill that's gonna do more harm than good on East Meadow, particularly the portion of it that people have identified. So I guess that's what we're going to get down to. And I hope that there's enough leeway in the VTA process. Sorry, there's a little bug. That we can really craft something that's really good for the community, specifically for this community and for everyone in the city that uses those streets and those parks. Thank you.
Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, thank you to the staff and to the public who commented. I will start by saying that I think every residential neighborhood should feel safe to bike through. That's, I think, a goal that is well articulated in a number of different statements in our comp plan. The notion that the safe routes to school, pedestrian and bicycle friendly, thoroughways, and I would suggest that a protected bike path is a superior bike lane. And I think that improvements like this will have costs. And I think that I'm approaching this from sort of two perspectives. The first is that, well, if I'm looking at the 6 items, the Waverly expansion seems like a no-brainer. I think we could spend less than 15 minutes probably talking about that. And what I mean by that is that I think that the recommendation the staff is making for improving the Waverly pathway is the right one. You've done the work, you've done the research, you've proposed a good solution. Funds should be invested in that. I feel the same way about Fabian Way. It's unnecessarily wide. The 3-lane model with a turn lane makes sense. I would suggest to you that there are alternatives to protected bike lanes in our city that came to mind while I was reviewing this project, including the one off California Avenue in Middlefield, which is a protected bike lane with both directions on one side of the road. If our staff members are familiar with that, they could just like nod. That seems like a solution that would give you some feet back on the road and could potentially provide you with protected bikeway option and potentially not eliminating parking on both sides of any given roadway. For example, on Fabian, I mention this because it's 6 to 8 feet, maybe, the one that's next to Cal Ave and Middlefield Road that goes around that school. That goes in both directions, the bike traffic. It's short, but I just think that if you're getting into the weeds with the VTA and City Council, it could be slightly different. There could be variations that preserve parking. I don't know. But I'll go one step further, which is to say, take the funding out of this. Everything you presented tonight makes sense. If council doesn't want to eliminate some parking in East Meadow because there's too much political will against it, then let them pay for the change on Fabian and Waverly. And I don't think we should even really get involved in that. I think we have to, first of all, I imagine that there isn't very many residents in any community anywhere in the world who would be thrilled about losing parking on their street. And so, I have to, there's some skepticism I have to approach the comments about the loss of parking with, because I have to appreciate that what may be best for the community may not be best for the individual. And I think I could still stand behind a recommendation that eliminating parking on one side of East Meadow and providing protective bicycle ways is superior for Palo Alto as a whole than maintaining parking on one side of Meadow. And so what I would suggest to you is that while that statement could be true, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the choice City Council should make. And I think we have to sort of step away from this idea that it's all or nothing or whatnot, and say to City Council, here are improvements to transportation that were presented to us, and all of them make sense. All of them improve transportation, if that's how we feel. And we could even say, look, the East Meadow ones, there's 4 segments, right? There are some that are better than the others. And we think funds should be invested, whether those funds are going to be given to you by another entity or whether you're going to come up with them yourself, or really your burden to sort of bury. And if, you know, at the end of the day, VTA and the City Council, who ultimately have to decide how to negotiate this, you know, compact, if the VTA is like, you know what, we said we were going to give you this, but only if you did this. And I can't make sense of why the VTA is so invested in whether or not it's, you know, something looks this way or that way. So, like I said, I think those are conversations that have to happen between the VTA and City Council, or maybe staff. And I really hope we can stay away from those. I think it would be a success tonight if we could just basically communicate whether we felt that a protected bikeway on East Meadow was an improvement. And if it is, and not just an improvement, if a protected bike, because the other ones I'm just saying feel like givens. So if a protected bikeway on the 4 segments that appear to be controversial based on the feedback we got tonight, if those still remain improvements and drastically reduce concerns that we have about safety and access to the schools for children, which aren't the only members of our community that use this space, then I say we give that feedback and say, we think this should take place. And maybe you have to combine the protected bikeways in both directions on one side of the road. And maybe that gives you 4.5 feet more, and you do the parking perpendicular to the road as opposed to parallel to the road or at some 45-degree angle to the road. I know this sounds like ridiculous off the cuff creative thinking here, but the point here is that it doesn't matter, in my opinion, where the funding comes from, and there should be more opportunities to negotiate with the VTA if that's something that has to happen, but that should come from the council's direction. I think it's kind of a mistake for us to weigh these options from the perspective of, you know, take it or leave it. That's a decision the council has to make, take it or leave it. We should be able to tell them improve, doesn't improve. And we recommend improve. I don't think we should be weighing the consequences of only recommending half or recommending all or recommending none. I think we should avoid that and let that conversation happen at council.
Thank you, Commissioner Alchek. So I think it's pretty well known that I ride my bike almost every day. I love bicycling. It's not as commonly known that I've lost 2 friends at different times to biking accidents, both on the side of the road, not riding in the road, on the side where they were supposed to be. So I'm keenly aware of the importance of safety for bicyclists of all ages. The issue tonight, I think, is pretty straightforward. Will this commission recommend a series of changes to get a grant or not? As staff has explained, all 6 segments have to be at least buffered with additional space, but mostly protected with some kind of physical barrier. And the preferred plan presented by staff would accomplish that. It appears to me from a review of the staff report and the resident letters and their comments tonight that there appears to be citizen support, and from what I'm hearing from the commission support for each of the 6 segments except East Meadow segment number 4, which is the segment from Middlefield. And most of the comments talk about Middlefield to Lewis, but actually segment 4 goes a little bit farther to, I think it's called the East Meadow Circle. For that segment, there seems to be a common issue with the loss of parking and the consequences of losing that parking. Generally, I think that anything that improves bike safety is good, and that adjacent residents may experience some change from what they're accustomed to, but that's a trade-off that residents have to make for all the benefits you get from living in a city, from having that park, from being close to the great school, from having a road that is not full of potholes. However, I acknowledge that there can be circumstances where particular safety methods may not fit a particular area. And from the letters we've received and these public comments tonight, I'm concerned that segment 4 may be such a case. And so when we get to our discussion of segment 4, I really want to understand from staff whether there are unique circumstances between Middlefield and Lewis, or Middlefield and East Meadow Circle on East Meadow, that would make the loss of parking there uniquely impactful to that neighborhood. Because that's certainly the impression I get from the public comments. I'm supportive of the other 5 segments. If the commission cannot recommend segment 4 or any other individual segment, then our overall recommendation to the city council is that we should not continue to pursue the grant. But as many of my fellow commissioners have said tonight, that doesn't mean that we cannot improve bike safety through this corridor. It just means that we won't have VTA funds to do it. But over time, the council could budget the improvements contemplated in the concept plan for the other 5 segments and look to what improvements could be made in segment 4. So I'm looking forward to that discussion on particularly on segment 4.
Thank you. And I think that'd be a really helpful way to approach this. If, ultimately, if I just want to note that, this grant, we've already tried to get VTA to make changes to what the grant was initially applied for. And we do not feel that we're going to be able to do so in a meaningful enough way that we could break out a certain segment and not do something in a certain segment. So just noting that it would be really helpful if, we decide that we're not going to move forward with this grant funding, if other segments or any other particular improvements in the area, are found to be desirable. Those are things that we could, potentially slate for future funding, future projects, and noting that we're going to be doing our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update in this coming year, and those could be things that are looked at in more depth.
Thank you. So eventually we'll get to discussions of individual segments, but for now we can continue the more general discussion if that's the commission's will. I see Commissioner Templeton and Commissioner Lowing's hands. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I just had a couple more questions that I wanted to ask of staff. Having worked with you guys on a few projects before, I thought it might be helpful to clarify what level of design, quote unquote, we're at this point. I see in the staff report, it says conceptual plan. And I also heard from members of the public that there was a kind of a perception that perhaps this was a design. Can you clarify exactly where we are on that? And then I have another question after that.
We are currently on concept plans. It's just conceptual.
Yes, I get that, but I was hoping you could clarify for the public, what does that mean and how fully designed are they? For example, what you have here is an idea or it's what they're going to construct, for example, somewhere on that gradient. Can you explain what that means for the public?
So I'll take that. Yeah, these are really high level conceptual ideas intended for this phase of the project, which is determining whether we have a project. So we're still at the very early phase, and this entire process right now is to determine whether we move forward with the project. That's when we start going to design. So you could maybe say this is like a, I don't know, 15 to 20% design or something like that. But this is really just early conceptual design where we're trying to figure out, we don't even necessarily have all, we don't have geometries or any of those things completely worked out. This is very high level design at this point.
And so just following up on that, if members of the public identify a flaw in the conceptual plan, will we then have opportunity to adjust and continue forward?
Yeah, and noting that even if PTC and council ultimately were to recommend this project to move forward, there's still additional outreach and work that needs to be done, coordinating, and, potentially could find that, maybe the bike lane needs to move to one side of the street in a certain area as opposed to another side of the street, or any other number of changes that might occur, including other additional or improvements or other changes that could happen. This is a very, very early in the process, and this is really just determining whether we have a project that we want to use the grant funding for.
That is super helpful. And just to close this loop on this conversation, so that means that we could then recommend to go forward as a commission with some direction about incorporating some of the feedback that we've heard. So you can do both, right?
All right. Yes, that's correct.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that. And then my other question is, because I do think it's going to dominate the rest of the conversation. Have you considered to what extent have you considered the parking in Ramos Park as part of this proposal?
To what extent we considered the parking? Do you mean the parking demand at Ramos Park?
Right. So we've heard some comments that as a public park, we expect there to be some parking facility there. If we eliminate it along Meadow, there's no other. Just help us wherever we are in the conceptual phase, kind of understand what you had in mind. Was it completely eliminating it or doing something else? I know it's a bit repetitive, but I want to just really nail this so we're all clear and on the same page. Thank you.
Right. So as was stated by Steve in the presentation, we are at the stage of this conceptual plan where we can decide to switch the parking. So if, for example, the community wants the parking to remain east of Middlefield on the south side so that there is parking available for Ramos Park, and so that in the westbound direction in the morning that the bike lane is potentially not experiencing interactions from people getting in and out of the parked cars on the north side, we can switch the parking to the south side. I mean, these are just drawings right now. The main thing here, though, to understand is that in order to put in a buffered bike lane, we have to take the space from something, and that something is a parking lane.
Is it possible to do something, and I'm going to go like this is a wild and crazy out on a limb situation, but is it possible to then curve the bike path through the park and leave the parking where it is? Does it have to be on the road? Because that would count as protection.
I'm just thinking about how that.
I'm not going to don't even worry about answering it. What I'm getting at is that is public land. And if we need to figure out a way to prioritize, that's a area we can flex, and we don't have to commit to anything. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but just to say, I don't think the situation is dire or insoluble. I think this is something we can work out based on city priorities and figuring out how to get people safely up and down Meadow on bikes. Thank you.
If I can just quickly respond to the comment about the park, I think that would help to put the path through the park, just noting that it would only help. Apologies for my dog is just having a field day tonight, but just noting that doesn't even, the park doesn't even cover the full block. So there would still need to be parking removal in that very block. So it would not, even if we did flex the path into the edge of that park, and just noting that I'm not really familiar with what's right there in the park, but if that was a possibility, that would not completely solve all the issues that you're hearing tonight.
Do you think that it's something that we can solve with additional design work?
So if the question that you're asking is, can we solve the elimination of any parking in that block with additional design, I would say the answer is no. We don't have enough geometry to do so. It's not my opinion that we have enough additional geometry to not have parking elimination. You might be able to not eliminate in a small area, which looks like it's about 4 to 5 house lengths in that small area, if we were able to gain parkland. Now, noting that that might be another challenge, but that is a possibility. So I just want to note that that's not a huge, that's not necessarily a huge change in that area where the parking is really, along the street, and noting that the other sides where there's, where we wouldn't have the parkland are houses.
Right. So, well, maybe we can come back to this when we get to that segment. But the question is this a plan we can work with additional design or not? And I understand that, some parking may have to go, but the question is, can we still have some parking? So in other words, we need to understand, is the concern that we've heard from the public something that we can address with further design work or not? So, and you can hold that thought until we get to that segment. Thank you.
Commissioner Lowing, I see your hand up. Would it be acceptable to you for us to take a 10-minute break and come back, or are you wanting to follow something that you've just heard and now it would be better for you to chime in before the break? Your choice.
Thank you. This will take 30 seconds. I think what folks are hearing from commissioners and from the public is that we must be able to do something in that spot. And the thing I wrote down as a lead into that is, how many inches do you really need there? And our, rolling curbs or whatever that calls really so bad? I mean, in other words, we're saying, can we get creative around those? So I think we're all on the same track there, that we think we can maybe get close, as Commissioner Templeton and Commissioner Alchek said. I was going to suggest procedurally that when we come back from the break, we might want to start with number 4, or if it's number 4, with this particular issue, which is the more difficult one. If we can get that solved, maybe we can get through the rest of them pretty quickly. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. We will take a 10-minute break. I have 8:17, so we'll come back at 8:27. All right, Commissioners Lowing and Alcheck, when you can turn on your cameras and I know you are present, we will resume. All the commissioners are back, and so we will continue our discussion of agenda item number 2. Commissioner Lowing, just before the break, you had made a recommendation to tackle segment 4 first. I actually had the opposite idea, and let me just explain that briefly. Whatever we do on segment 4, we're going to have to deal with the other 5 segments, because even if we were to say no to segment 4, which means our recommendation is no to the grant, council might not agree with that. And so they're going to need our recommendation on the other 5 items. In the first round of commission discussion, I actually didn't hear any concerns from any commissioners about any of the other 5 segments. Now, it was general conversation and maybe there are some concerns, but if they're not, then I'm wondering if the most efficient path would be a motion to recommend those 5 segments, get that under our belt, and then we know really what's at stake with segment 4, because we will at that point know that there's at least a majority of the commission supportive of the other 5 segments. And then I agree with Commissioner Templeton and I think Commissioner Lowing that we're going to spend a lot of time talking about segment 4, perhaps. So let me just ask the commission what you, we got 2 different approaches. We can start with segment 4. We can start with the other 5, possibly taken as one motion. Any commissioners have any thoughts on that? Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I would think that we could get the other 2, the bike route and Fabian Way out of the way. And then I'm not sure if we won't find in our discussion of East Meadow Drive that it's just segment 4, because I'm not sure 3 and 4 can be treated differently. We may find that there's some sort of correlations between the segments, even though we're more sure about the 2 outlying segments. So I'm fine with doing it in either direction, but I just wanted to say that I'm not 100% convinced we can just isolate segment 4 and treat it differently than the rest of the street.
What about segments 1 and 2, Commissioner Suma? Those are the two end pieces. Are you comfortable with those?
Those seem more obvious to me, especially given that especially up near Alma, it's the sides of lots, it's not driveways, and people are parking on their side streets. Yeah.
Other commissioner thoughts? I'm not seeing any. Well then, Commissioner Alcheck.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. I think we should, I mean, look, we've already heard that this is preliminary. This is the beginning of the formulation stage of including feedback and extrapolating into more specific designs. These are at the very initial stages. And I think the report does a really good job of identifying why the recommendations are the right recommendations. So unless we have some sort of penchant for spending lots of time on things we agree on, or I should be even more specific, things the majority of us agree on, I think it would make a lot of sense to push all the ideas that are non-controversial to the side. I would then suggest to you that I hope we focus not on the controversialness of the, items. My hope is that we then focus on the actual questions on the other items, safety and improvements and trade-offs, I guess, as opposed to, I don't even like, what my point was, I don't even like calling them controversial. It's not that, it's just that we didn't get negative feedback about them. And so for that reason alone, we feel very comfortable recommending them. But anyway, so I would treat I would love to put that motion forward or second that motion and move that path, move that way, and then come back to items, I guess it's 3 and 4, and then understand what commissioners specifically are concerned about there. And then maybe we'll be able to patch a motion there together that will make sense.
Commissioner Templeton.
I also like Commissioner Suma's approach. My concern with, and I think this, I assume that Commissioner Lowing also had this concern, is we wouldn't want number 4 being unresolved to hold anyone back on other items. And that's why he was thinking about putting it first. So if Commissioner Suma does make that motion, I'd be happy to support it. And what I would suggest is if any commissioners are being held back by concerns about 4, and that's holding them back on other segments of the path, just say so. Maybe we can modify the motion and understand what are the areas of concern. So anyway we slice it, I think we'll get through the stuff where we agree. But I do want to make sure that people feel comfortable to say if they find it's tied to something, that we don't deprive folks of the opportunity to discuss it. Thanks.
Commissioner Suma, are you interested in making a motion regarding Fabian, Waverly, and East Meadow segments 1 and 2?
I wasn't indicating that earlier, but so anybody can make a motion. I haven't written one down, so maybe if someone has one prepared.
I'll check. I'm not sure if your hand is up anew or.
I move that we recommend staff's preferred concepts for A, B, C, and D. On page 8. That's the Waverly multi-use alternative 2 widening towards either side. And Fabian Way protect the bicycle lanes on both sides. And then East Meadows Drive segment 1 and 2. That's my motion.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Alcheck. We have a motion. Do we have a second for A, B, C, and D, which are Waverly, Fabian, East Meadow, segment 1 and segment 2?
I second.
I'm sorry, where did that come from?
Oh,
Commissioner Chang, thank you. I didn't see your mouth move. Second by Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Alcheck, any comments on your motion?
Yeah, no, I'll just say that I look forward to seeing how these ideas evolve. I hope that City Council pursues them regardless of funding source. And I would actually emphatically suggest that they are very worthy of city investment, both the time staff has taken so far and at the time that staff will ultimately need to invest in it, as well as the funds. And I hope that it won't be tremendously long, regardless of funding, between now and the time when these improvements could be implemented.
Commissioner Chang, any comments on your second?
yeah, so everything that Commissioner Alcheck just said, but I'd like to add that I'm seconding this with the understanding that this is in concept phase, because I know that I feel strongly that a lot more community engagement has to be done to understand the nitty-gritty of exactly how things are implemented. For example, I've said this before and we'll say it again, that the Waverly bike path, I personally believe, needs to be a solid barrier, not easily crossed by children. But I think that will come out through, I have faith in the process.
Other commission discussion on the motion? Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, I'm going to support this motion. I think I for many years commuted when the underpass was open down this path to work. And I think it could be, the safety could be improved there. I also bike to school with my kids when I stopped working. So I have some substantial experience here, and I feel like these improvements are very promising. And like Commissioner Chang mentioned, I do think that it's important to keep in mind that we need to iterate on this. This is a great concept, but it needs refinement. It needs refinement that involves getting the feedback and addressing the concerns of folks like those who wrote and spoke about this topic. So regarding the other comment, it's off topic for this evening, but I do hope that we will see the benefits of this project affect other routes within the city. So I think this is, a great next step towards implementing our bike and pedestrian vision. Thank you.
Commission comments on the motion? I'll be supporting the motion. I think these are four great and worthwhile improvements. I'm hoping that they'll be partially funded by VTA, but even if they're not, I'm hoping that the council will find budget in the relatively near term to accomplish them anyway. I'm not seeing any further commission hands, so Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Alcheck?
Aye.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Chair Heckman? Chair Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rufavara is absent. Commissioner Suma?
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 6-0 with one commissioner absent.
Excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to suggest that now we tackle segment 4, because I think through the fullness of that discussion, we may get an understanding of whether some of those issues bleed over into segment 3, which is the concern that Commissioner Suma had expressed. So for this segment, I think it might be helpful for us to put up on the screen the area of segment 4 and help us understand, help us see graphically, where the residences are, the park in the vicinity. We've heard that there are churches. How far away are the schools? We've heard about overflow parking. Maybe we could start by a better understanding of the geography.
Thank you. And while we're pulling that up, I wanted to provide a chance for our consultant, Steve Davis, to provide a little bit of context about the width of the geometry that we're working within. I think it would be helpful for everyone to hear a bit about that.
Yeah, thanks, Philip. And hopefully my audio will hold out okay. So just for way of background, we've been out there obviously physically in the street taking measurements and everything. And in most portions of segments 3 and 4 in particular, the physical blacktop pavement, the part that is colored black from curb to curb edge, is 44 feet wide in total. And then there's usually a little over a foot down the concrete to the bottom of that valley gutter. And then you'll get, a foot and a half or so back up the other side of the valley gutter till you get to the sidewalk. So in general, the maximum total width we would say is available for use for transportation would be down to the bottom of the valley gutter on each side. So that's 46 feet total between the bottoms of the gutters on either side of the street. So for reference, if we were to take everything that we want to serve and like using what is in the preferred alternative, if you were to say we did everything to the absolute minimums, made the bike lane the narrowest that would meet standards, which is actually narrower than it is today, made the buffer the narrowest that it would meet standards, made the travel lanes the narrowest that would meet standards, and made the parking lane, the one parking lane, the narrowest that would meet standards, that takes 42 total feet of width. So if you assume we have 46 feet total, then we only have 4 extra feet, which leaves us, generally speaking, about 4 feet shy of having enough space for an additional parking lane. So that's essentially, we looked at a lot of different configurations for this before we landed on the versions that were shared and then ultimately the preferred alternative. But the reason the conclusion has been reached to say that there isn't physical space in the existing street as it is currently out there today to include parking in both directions while providing all those other facilities is that there's just not the extra on top of that within 46 feet width. And part of the reason it actually seems wider than it is today is because the parking lanes that are out there are quite narrow. So most places, the edge of the stripe on the road to where the concrete starts, the actual blacktop part of the parking lane is about 5 feet. And then you would, have about a foot down the valley gutter to where you would normally consider it okay to have cars. So that's 6 feet. And the typical standard minimum for a parking lane is 8 feet to provide enough space for people to be able to get in there and leave their cars. So it feels like there's a little bit more space to us, when I'm out there in the middle of the road, because we're actually considerably squeezed again from a transportation perspective to the space that's on the parking area on the side. So I just wanted to provide that background.
Excuse me, Chair, could we ask Mr. Davis to put up the slide that shows all those numbers? It might be hard for the commissioners to place all that, to follow that description without the illustration. I think it's on the slide deck number 45, perhaps.
One moment, finding it. So this is the slide in question. And what I was suggesting is you could actually make this a little bit narrower if you were to take space away from the bike lane and make it narrower than it is today.
Commissioner Alchek, I see your hand.
Yeah, so can you explain to me why we couldn't institute a bidirectional protected bike path on one side of the road, like on Cal Avenue near Middlefield, North Cal Avenue? And so that would eliminate presumably one section of protection, which appears on this image as 3 feet wide. And then, I mean, I'm assuming that protected bike lane that I'm referring to is not 10 feet wide. So that implies also that maybe the bidirectional bike lane doesn't necessarily have to be 12 feet in total. It could be 9 feet in total, which is another 3 feet. And so, okay, let me be clear because I'm seeing some crossed eyes here. Imagine for a minute that you move the bike lane on the left side of this image to the right side. Then that 3-foot protection zone on the left side between the orange car and the parking wouldn't need to be there. You don't need a protection area between cars and cars. So you've now come back with 3 feet. And then imagine for a minute that the combined bike lanes, which represent 12 feet in this image, were not 12 feet wide. It's an obscene amount of bike space compared to what we have on Cal Avenue, which is next to a school and is designed for students to use. I'm just curious, are people familiar with that bidirectional bike lane next to on Cal Avenue next to Middlefield? Okay, so then you know what I'm talking about. That's not a 10-foot wide combined bike lane. And I don't know, maybe that standard was too narrow. Maybe they want, I think that probably is somewhere between 6 and 8 feet. Maybe that's too narrow, and so it needs to be a little bigger. But if it was 10 feet as opposed to 12, then you've just bought yourself another few feet. And for sure, that bike lane's protection zone, well, it's not clear, but I don't think that that bike lane's protection zone is 3 feet wide either. So the question is could you, for example, find parking on both sides of the street if you combine the bike paths on one side, made them slightly narrower, and eliminated the need for a protection zone on both sides, which would be redundant?
I can take the first answer at that. So first, I do want to specify that the existing path that's on Middlefield next to Green, the pathway is 10 feet wide and the buffer is 3 feet wide. So that is the same dimensions that you're talking about there. So if we were to do that, we would gain
12 feet wide. It's not 12 feet wide.
Correct. So if we were to go with that exact same dimension, we would gain 5 feet back. So that leaves us still short of enough width for parking in general. The other piece is that the design, and I wasn't involved in the design, but as a general, just as a practitioner, the reason that I would have chosen the design the way it is for the location along Cal Ave and Middlefield Road is that there aren't any driveways there. So there's no crossing conflicts at all for the bicyclists. In general, at intersection crossings and at driveways, it is considered to be quite a bit more of a hazard for drivers to be backing out, to need to look for people coming from both directions in the space immediately closest to their driveway on one side of the street. It's also considerably more difficult to handle intersections with both directions of bicyclists on one side, because people turning right, for example, would need to look for both someone coming from behind them to the right and oncoming to the right, in addition to then pedestrians beside that. So in settings with a lot of driveways, in residential settings like this, we typically would not recommend that kind of treatment. But I would say that in general, if we were to do that, we still would not, we would have to go to a significantly substandard width. I shouldn't use significantly in California, a definitely substandard width bikeway to be able to buy enough additional space to fit additional parking on the other side of the street.
Okay, thank you for that illuminating answer. That makes perfect sense to my rather, meager transportation, knowledge. Let me just ask one other question, which is, I think you said that, there are 4 feet of play somewhere in this design. Is there a scenario where the parking on one side of the street could be angled and allow for a greater density of cars parked as opposed to being parallel? That would, like, my theory is that when you're doing this, eventually you'll say, this is how many spaces we're going to lose. And my question is there a scenario where the design could evolve and the spots are lost on one side, but spots are gained on the other?
From a design standpoint, there may be some potential for that, but in a residential setting, because of the closely spaced driveways, that often doesn't gain very much, just because you're not, if you think, if you're looking at about a 4-foot extra playroom, and again, that's with every other space really shrunk down to the bare minimum. So lower dimensions than what you're seeing here on the drawing. The angle that you're getting is going to be less than 30 degrees usually. So you're not getting like, unless you're getting more than 30 degrees, you're not normally gaining enough angle to actually really increase your parking density a lot over small spaces. And so if you picture that you have, like, in some cases, driveways that are 2 car lengths apart, some of those you might be able to get 3 cars into instead of 2. But in many cases, you're probably talking very small amounts. But that's something that potentially could be looked at in the future if there was the opportunity to do so.
So last question, is there any, do you have any, I know it's really initial, so, but maybe you do. Do you have any sense for how many spaces are lost on this segment? 4? And you know what, it would also help to appreciate how many spaces total. So we have an idea of that, and it seems absurd to be talking about this at such an early stage of the design, but maybe that's something you've looked into.
Yes, so we do have an approximate number. This is Joanna for location 4 between East Meadow and Middle Field and East Meadow Circle will be approximately 80 spots on both sides. 80 spots on both sides.
I'm sorry. 80 spots.
Each side. So each.
How many spots are there right now, and how many will be lost?
If we're doing a complete removal of one side, it will be 80 spots.
80 spots.
Approximately 80 spots.
So just to clarify, it's approximately 80 spots per side.
Okay.
Approximately space, so 160 spaces, 80 of those would be potentially lost.
Okay, so it's very, very roughly half. Okay. I wasn't sure if maybe there were more spots because of the number of cutaways or less spots because of the number of, like, I wondered, for example, if choosing sides would have impacted the number of spots lost based off number of double wide driveways or not, or what.
I'll check. Can we? Okay, great. Commissioner Lowing, followed by Commissioner Chang.
Yes, I just want to follow up on what our consultant said, because I didn't take notes fast enough on the math. I know you show a 46-foot there, and Mr. Alchek said we could take out 3 and we're at 43. What number are we actually trying to solve for to squeeze it in? Because you said we were 4 feet short.
So we have 46 in general. Usually we would need 4 more than that. We would need 50 feet is what we would need to fit everything at the minimum. So in theory, you would be, if you could remove 3 feet here and 5 feet, or I'm sorry. Now I'm confusing myself.
1 foot.
One moment.
If I was following that, if you take Mr. Olchek's 3 feet, I think you only need 1 foot, but that's why I'm trying to clarify it.
Let me see here. So if you were to take out and made this a cross section of 8 feet parking with a 3-foot buffer, well, 2 10-foot travel lanes, and then a 10-foot path that has a 3-foot buffer, the total width of that is 41 feet. And so we would need 49 feet. We need 8 more feet in order to get a parking lane in addition to that. And we would only have 5 more. So we come up 4 feet short.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of exercise I think we're asking staff to do, just to see what the other alternatives are, as opposed to saying, this is it, these are the numbers. So that's why we're kind of working with you on this, but I know that we're not going to solve this tonight.
Understood. And to be fair, I mean, that is the exercise we have done as well to have arrived at what we did, but obviously understand from a transparency standpoint.
Right. And, to be more radical, I mean, I know this isn't possible, but could you, so I'm stating something that isn't going to work. Take 4 feet of the parkway. I know you can't do that, but some of these things need to be looked at in real detail to see what we could squeak out here. And again, I just want to underscore the reason that this is a concern is that this is really, public parking space. This is not just residents. I mean, there's obviously resident parking, and as some person said, you're backing if you have a single car garage and driveway, you're backing out and you're doing a lot of traffic there, but you've got, as has been pointed out, a lot of park traffic that we have to address. It's a public facility and they need parking. We have supported and do seriously support ADUs, and there's no parking there, so that has to spill on the street. So wiping out 80 units there is a big deal in terms of overall public benefit. It's not just a benefit for residents. So that's kind of the emphasis. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
So along the brainstorming front, because we're talking about removing 50% of the parking there, and I do drive down there or bike down there all the time. And in fact, was there every night this week. And when I took a quick look at about 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m., Ramos Park was filled with people. There was some sort of game there or something, right? And the other side, so I kind of did a quick eyeball, and I'm thinking that these cars can't all fit here. I don't know where they're going to go. If I took both sides of the road and tried to smash them into one, it wouldn't work. And I know that that's a study for phase 2 if we were to advance. But brainstorming, I was noodling on this with somebody else, and they said, well, can we do a little bit more parking in front of Ramos Park the way Meadow has? So eat up a little bit of the park. I know that Commissioner Templeton had talked about routing the bike path through the park, but another idea would be, what if we had 90-degree parking in along Ramos Park? That at least helps alleviate some of the situation caused by removing 80 parking spaces. I don't think we could get 80 parking spaces in there, but it might help. The other question, so that's just an idea, and I know nobody here can answer it. The other concern I had as I was talking to folks about this is, and I had confirmed with Ms. Chan, is that Ramos Park is going to be putting in a bathroom next year. So usually parks without bathrooms are kind of considered neighborhood parks, kind of just drawing from the houses that are there. But once they put in a bathroom, it really starts drawing from a larger area. And I do know that many of the soccer games that happen at Ramos Park are club teams that come from outside that area again. And so regardless of which side we put parking on, these are large blocks. If you look at the map and compare, they're kind of they're the length of 2 normal blocks. So if you compare down by the circles versus in this section that we're talking about, these are large blocks. And so it's hard for people to walk to an intersection. And I foresee jaywalking regardless of which side we put parking. And so I wanted to ask staff if you have thought about how that might be addressed, because that seems to me, we might be trading one problem for a more dangerous problem, because right now it's kind of maybe commute hours that we see the most danger for bikes, but the parking issue, that's going to be, you know, jaywalking, that's all day. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, because that must have been something that you thought about.
Well,
Staff?
yeah, I would just say, yeah, it's so jaywalking occurs now. Just noting that, you know, it's really just people crossing the street, and you know, there are other examples. You know, as much as there are examples of parks with parking right in front of it or parks with parking at it, there are examples of parks that don't really have parking right at them that really, you know, does cause a little bit more spillover. And that's frankly what would happen if we remove the parking either across the street or at the park. Probably when there are sporting events, the parking spills across the street currently, I would guess. And so what would happen is the distance would be spread out further. So walking distances would become greater for people going to the parks. I currently, you know, I coach a little league team my son's on, and there's not parking at the park where we go to, and certainly not nearly enough parking to support all the teams that happen to be there on a Saturday morning. So when I go there, we walk a few blocks. I'm not saying it's a perfect or ideal situation, but just noting that's the reality. Also, I want to point out that, and I think you probably knew this as you were saying it, but the concept of taking some of the park and turning it into a parking lot, while not necessarily a bad idea, is well without outside of the grant scope for this project, and would actually take a significant its own significant outreach process. But that is a really intriguing idea as well. Perhaps if this segment is not you know, moved forward in this project, that could be something that's, you know, considered in the future.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to clarify. I don't think that's what we should do. It was just an example of trying to get creative and how far one might be willing to go. Personally, I don't think that that we should trade parkland for parking spaces, but I do think that if we had less parking spaces, fewer parking spaces, that we would and better bike infrastructure, we might see an increase in people going to that park on their bikes. So that's something to think about. Like, it's not exactly necessarily a one-for-one with that parking situation. We may you know, be encouraging people to use their bike more if they're locals. The other thing is I measured with the Google Maps measuring tool, I measured the length of segment 4, and it looks like it's about 3,048 feet, which is approximately 0.58 of a mile. So just to give it context, it's not a huge length, a stretch of road. That said, 80 parking spaces is considerable. So we do need to think about that. And I'm curious, I don't think I've ever seen it full up, but I understand Commissioner Chang did, to see if all those 80 spaces are ever in use. In other words, what our maximum demand may not be 80, even though our maximum spaces might be. Also, just throw back to another project that Mr. Cami and I worked on. As part of that project, we discovered that a very significant amount of Section 3 is not, doesn't have driveways on the side of the road that Mitchell Park and the schools are on. So if we did do the bi-directional bike lane somehow, miraculously, we worked out the math for that, you might consider that for segment 3 as well, because that goes with the least disruption for the side of the road with the driveways. So that's just an easier, just like with green, it'd be easier for the students to get in and out of those bike lanes without having to cross Meadow. So just something to think about, that just this discussion around segment 3 may also be something to consider for the whole stretch up to Alma. And then other thoughts about the parking. I do think that there's significant room for parking in adjacent streets where you could fill in here and there those parking, but I don't know that that's a bigger question. We want to involve more people. And then finally, this stretch here, at least part of it, as you get down towards Lewis and headed towards East Meadow Circle, it's less and less trafficky. And, I think that's part of what the point some of the callers were making is, do we need protected bike lanes in this specific area as the traffic from Middlefield starts to taper off? So I don't know what options we have with the grant constraints, and I'm not going to even think about that. But if we had to move forward with these improvements without those constraints, we might have more options in this area because it's just not as trafficky, especially past Lewis. So something to think about. Thank you.
All right, muted. Commissioner Chang.
Okay, so yeah, I actually had forgot to mention that last point that Commissioner Templeton mentioned about the traffic patterns. And so if you look at packet page 40, and I know that these are pandemic counts, but I can imagine that they might increase proportionately. So if you look at package page 40, the traffic on the east or south side of Middlefield is dramatically different from the traffic on East Meadow as you get towards the end. And it's dramatically different. And I think that's why, and also my personal experience biking there is the same thing. Like I get to the other side of Middlefield, I'm like, wow, there's no cars and it's so wide and this is the safest I've ever felt. I mean, really, it really feels safer than, even bike boulevards, just because there's just really very few cars there relative to the other side. And the bike, it feels roomy. So I do wonder about whether the same treatment is appropriate given the very different characteristics in traffic pattern, as well as where driveways are, as well as where, the parking is for the public facilities, for the parks, because Mitchell Park, again, has a bunch of parking and the schools have parking to meet their needs. So I do really question whether a universal solution is the most appropriate, particularly given that a lot of the speakers were also avid bicyclists. And then relatedly, if you look at package page 27 and sort of what people were saying, people who know the area were saying, package page 27 has a series of green bars that kind of shows decreasing support for various areas. And again, it's just communicating the same thing that the data with the vehicle volume shows, which is that there's less of a perceived need for protected bikeway as the traffic declines. So that's just my observation in the packet data, as well as matches with my observation in real life.
Thank you. I have a few questions for staff on this segment 4. So when I look at packet page 19, which shows the preferred concept plan for the lane layout for segments 1, 2, and 3, it looks like for all 3 of those segments, what is proposed would be to have parking on only one side of the street. Am I seeing that correctly? So I see.
Yes.
Okay. And today, on all three of those segments, is there parking on both sides of the street? Yes. Okay. So segments 1, 2, and 3 together look like they're about the same, or yeah, about the same length as segment 4, maybe slightly longer. Do we know how many parking spaces we'd be losing on segments 1, 2, and 3 if we implement the plan for those segments?
Sorry, I do not have a rough number for segments 1 and 2. I do have some rough numbers for segment 3, which is Waverly to Middlefield. Sorry, excuse me. So if we decide to remove parking on the school side, which is the south side, it's approximately 39 parking spaces.
All right. And then we don't have information for 1 and 2, but there's no reason to believe that we're not losing some number of parking spaces. And those two segments are roughly the size of segment 3. So it's conceivable that with 1, 2, and 3, we could be losing 60 to 80 spaces. So one of the things I'm finding interesting is that I haven't heard any neighborhood comments about losing those parking spaces, however many there are, on 1, 2, and 3. And so it brings me back to this question I raised earlier, trying to understand what's unique about section 4, the segment 4, where the neighbors are feeling there will be a significant impact. And perhaps part of that we've talked about is, I think along segment 4, the houses frequently are facing East Meadow. They have an East Meadow address, where I think at least for segment 2, maybe they're mostly facing the sides, the streets that enter East Meadow. So you're really getting the sort of the side yard where there's not much parking. I don't know if that's true in segment 3. But again, I'm interested in knowing why this seems, at least based on the residents' response, that the impact seems to be unique to them. The loss of parking, the concern about loss of parking. And I'm wondering if staff can help me understand why that might be.
Yeah, I just want to clarify really quickly that segment 1 does not have a loss in parking. Just wanted to note that. Coming back to the larger question, which is what is different. The primary thing that's different is segment 4 has the most housing. And that's really why, we're hearing from the residents that are, would be feeling the loss, the residents and, park users, et cetera, that would be feeling the loss of that parking. Noting that, one thing I always, want to say is, the city's fully built out, right? So we don't have like enough room to, we haven't, we're not building a new road here through a cornfield. We've got, these houses that were built in the 50s and 60s that were built, with driveways and garages. And, typically when the houses were built, people parked their car in the garage. But now a lot of people like to use, their garage for storage, and, cars are bigger now, and you don't necessarily want to park 2 cars side by side in your driveway. You might not have room for that. And so it ends up being a tandem situation if you can't park on the street. So, just noting some of the changes or some of the changes that have occurred over time, when probably initially these streets were designed, there weren't a lot of cars that actually parked on the streets. The segment along Mitchell Park and JLS also has no housing. Just want to note that. Mitchell Park has its own parking lot as well.
Across from Mitchell Park, there are some houses.
Yeah, no,
right?
At Mitchell Park. So the portion along Mitchell Park.
Frontage of the schools in the park. Right, that dominates.
That's right.
That side, the southeastern side of segment 3.
Yep.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Templeton.
I had a question of staff. Have you heard anything from JLS about the elimination of parking in front of jail? Or what, actually, it's not so much the parking I'm necessarily concerned about there. It's the drop off. I think currently parents are dropping off on East Meadow in front of JLS. And I know that for Meadow, that parking in that area is getting preserved, so it's probably a little less of a concern for them. But I'm wondering what PAUSD has said about all of this.
So I don't know, Joanna, if you want to add anything about this. We have been talking, JLS and PAUSD know about this project because the Waverly Path, is actually their land. And so we have been coordinating with them on this. They are working on a new school plan that will change where their office is and may have changes to their not the driveway, but just kind of that circulation that is there. And, they have, so they're working on that. I have not spoken to them about this, what would happen on East Meadow about drop off. But as there are 600, 700 kids who bike to this school, and it keeps growing. We are working with them to help decongest that school frontage. One of the requests that they've had is for us to work on seeing when we can put in a left turn lane into the Waverly driveway there, because what happens now is that cars are using the bike lane, which is not protected there, nor are we proposing that it be protected, but that cars are using it to get around folks who are waiting in line to turn into the school. So we are trying to figure out if we are able to move this project forward, how we can also add that bike lane, that left turn lane in there, so that at least so that it's safer for students who are biking, like let's say towards Gunn, to get through there, because right now it's a little bit fraught.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? You were saying that you're not proposing that it be protected there?
Not on, so the proposal right now is to maintain the parking along the housing.
Yeah, okay.
There. Yeah.
Well, but wasn't it, maybe I'm confusing sections now. I thought that it was potentially a parking protected bike lane there. Segment 3. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. But it would be buffered. It would be buffered.
It would be buffered. It would be buffered.
Which would help.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. And so if you think about what that cross section would be at that intersection, then you would have a buffered bike lane. If you're facing Gunn, let's say, you'd have a buffered bike lane, a through lane, a left turn lane, and then the opposite direction lane. There would not be space for then parking and drop off. Like there's just not enough.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I am concerned because I've also seen the JLS plan, and they're moving the office closer to East Meadow, which means they have their own circulation problems that are pretty complex, actually. So then my follow-on comment is that, this is kind of in response to one of the public comments about, again, parking removal in section 4, and also in response to Commissioner Heckman's question about what's different. What's different is that there's also large lots in that area, if I understand correctly, because of the size of, like some of the largest lots with ADU potential, I think, are kind of in that area as you get down towards East Meadow Circle. I'd have to look at a parcel map to really understand it. But there's like flag lots there because of the depth of the block. There's flag lots and some large lots back there.
That ADU situation is exactly one of the examples that I would give for the changing usage in, parking and all of that, or demand for change in parking in that area.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Even just to Commissioner Chang's point, even without a parcel map, you can still see the outlines of the structures and the lot lines on Google Maps if you zoom in. Some of them are angled unusually, but there does appear to be potential for lots of parking on people's property in those types of situations. That aside, I wanted to address the chair's question about what's different down here. I think, it's super awkward to bring up, but one of the major differences is this neighborhood was very recently affected by a major transportation project, and there's probably some lingering emotional feelings about that, and a commitment perhaps among the neighbors to make sure that they're never caught by surprise again. So I think this might be some proactive outreach and making sure that this neighborhood's voices are heard as early as possible and as strongly as possible. And that's absolutely appropriate way to channel that energy. But the flow of everything in that particular neighborhood is very affected by the traffic circle that was implemented. And, if you've driven through there or biked through there, it's perplexing. And I think there's a sense of nostalgia for the peaceful predictability of how things were before. That's not to say that these improvements, that I'm sure they brought additional safety, or else they wouldn't have been implemented. But, it's still a real concern is, are we going to make this even more complex? We just went through this. It's been a challenge. And so, it's really important to engage and to get creative so that we can have the bike safety and this be a really pleasant bike thoroughfare, while also still being a pleasant place to live, right? So I think that's the unique nature. The further you get away from the Ross Meadow intersection, the calmer people are about this particular issue. So just throwing that out there and acknowledging our neighbors who are speaking up.
I think that's a really important point. No, it's not my dog this time. But I think that's a really important point, because I just want to note that that's really the reason why we're before you tonight, asking whether we want to even consider moving forward, is in, reflection and, this community outreach process where we are, going through this process of determining whether we want to move forward with the project, really in reflection of the project that occurred, on Ross Road and in the area. That does definitely affect people in this area. I think we even heard comments tonight that referenced the Ross Road traffic circle. So.
Commissioner Suma, sorry for the dog.
Thank you. So in listening to everybody, I think what we're looking at here is trying to find a way. Segment 4 maybe doesn't have problems that need to be fixed like the other segments. And so maybe it gets left. And I think Commissioner Templeton is right. The Ross Road was not a resounding happy situation. I live right on at a T intersection, one of the first traffic circles. in our College Terrace traffic calming. And I will tell you, it takes drivers, like anecdotally, a decade to get used to a new thing like that in the street. There were so many accidents on mine. It was kind of crazy. People just don't see new things. If they've lived a long place somewhere, it's really true. I mean, it was kind of like the Wild West out there. But so I think over time that will go away to a certain extent. And you know, I backed basically out of my driveway into it. So it was kind of not maybe good for me, but it was definitely what was considered to be good for the neighborhood. So, but I just think maybe if we can move forward, and I know that the VTA doesn't want to hear this, but I'm not finding a way. We just can't find more feet in the roadway. You can't make them. The only way you could find it was get rid of the sidewalks. And that's crazy. So I'm just feeling like we can't find a solution to a problem on segment 4 that, according to the people that live and use this street a lot, which is not me, doesn't exist right now. So that's kind of where I am on segment 4.
Where I am looking at big picture on segment 4, and again, trying to be mindful of the public comments and what I read and where they were talking about the impacts. I'm thinking that the primary objections don't seem to be from East Meadow Circle to Lewis, but rather from Lewis over to Middlefield. And so VTA has given us a kind of take it or leave it, and I'm kind of wondering about a take it or leave it approach back, where maybe we can provide buffered from East Meadow Circle to Lewis, and then just whatever we can do with the existing traffic bicycle lane. For example, I don't remember that it's been painted. I can't remember the look of it, but maybe there are some visual enhancements that we could make to that segment from Lewis to Middlefield that would not meet this VTA criteria. But maybe they'll get even softer. I mean, staff has made clear, and I think they've done a great job of softening them already. And I have no reason to believe that they'll further soften.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think, typically when you write a grant application, there's not a lot of leeway. They expect that you deliver the project that you said you were going to deliver. And there might be something where you say, hey, this is infeasible in this area because we ran into a utility conflict or something like that. I just think at this point, if we're going to try and modify the project any further, I don't think we're going to get anywhere in the discussion, because we've been having this discussion with them for quite a while now. And we let them know, we anticipated that this was going to be a concern, frankly, this parking issue. And that's why we brought up this conversation. So I don't want to give anybody any false hope to think that we're going to get them any further, because quite frankly, we're not. They're going to take this money and give it to another community that wants to do something similar to this, and has, potentially the support to do so. So I appreciate your comments. I do wish that we could actually make this into a project where we can get grant funding for it. But I think without being able to provide the buffered and protected bike path throughout, I don't think we're going to have a project. Grant funded project, I should say.
Understood. But whether or not it's grant funded, from everything I've heard, to me, that makes if it's not going to be grant funded, it still makes the most sense to me to provide that buffer and lose a few parking spaces where we're not hearing as much about from the neighborhood, because we're going to buffer protect segment 1. And then if we can get the first part of 4 and then just visually enhance something with the rest of 4. Again, if these are just council city projects, not VTA projects, I would still like the council to know, I'd like those enhancement on that segment 4. And if Mr. Kami, I take you at your word that you have already done extraordinarily lifting to get VTA where you got them to. And if we can't meet their demands, so be it. All right, I see Commissioner Lowing, followed by Commissioner Suma.
Yes, I think we've had a very good discussion on this, and all of us are coming back to the point that we think that substantially, we want to do this project in all segments, and we've got a problem with the grant. So I would like to make a specific motion that would address this in the context of ultimately City Council has to make a decision if they're willing to risk this without a grant. And as I said before, we don't know what the total costs are. So the motion that I would make is that the PTC moves the approval of items E and F in the staff report and recommends a revised solution which omits or mitigates the proposed loss of 80 parking spaces necessary for public parking for parks, ADU, and other residents. Secondly, continue to negotiate with VTA to maintain the grant funding with these changes in this, what Commissioner Templeton calculated as, I think, a 0.58 mile segment. So that's the motion, and I can speak to it if I get a second. The point being that we think we want to go through with this whole project. As you just said, Chair Heckman, if it can't be done with a grant, we still want to get it done. And so we want to get, completely behind this bike safety and transport. So that does it and points out that we understand that there's at risk here, a grant, and council needs to address that in the context of this potential parking loss in these sections.
All right, we have a motion. Commissioner Suma, your hand was actually up before the motion was made. After the motion was made, I saw Commissioner Templeton's hand going up. So I'm interested in first getting a second and ultimately hearing from both of you. So Commissioner Suma, let me ask you, since your hand was already up, your hand is down. Okay, so let me call on Commissioner Templeton. I can come back to you, Commissioner Suma, if you want.
And second Commissioner Lowing's motion.
If before we go too far, if I may, could we omit the specific parking spaces from the motion, the specific number of parking spaces from the motion, if possible?
And just say parking instead of a number of parking.
Yeah, in the area.
I feel more comfortable with that as well. Let's see what Commissioner Lowing says.
Yeah, just noting that all of our parking spaces are approximated and could be interpreted.
The reason I thought it was, I read it in the packet originally, and it's a material number. So that's why I wanted to mention it. If it was 5, we wouldn't be having all these discussions.
Yeah, but I'm just noting these are preliminary numbers, and we would do a parking study in the next phase of the project if this project moves forward, which would give us more definite numbers.
Would you be comfortable in the middle calling estimated?
Yeah, that would be better. I mean, okay. I suppose my preference would be if you just said the location. So spaces between Middlefield and Lewis be retained, or whatever.
Since it's, Philip, since it's just an order of magnitude number, and you've already said fairly that it's a concept, I'm just trying to point out, is it 200, is it 80, or is it 5? And that's what I'm trying to get in there. You can say 80 plus or minus, something like that.
I'm going to look at staff and see if they feel okay saying approximate or estimated. If they shake their head yes or yes.
Commissioner Lowing, I think that the reason is that sometimes these numbers trip up how they execute, and we can just ask staff to make sure to upfront those numbers or their estimate when they send it to council. Would you feel comfortable with that?
I didn't understand the first part of what you said there.
That when we're specific in our motions in this way, it sometimes trips up staff because if it's incorrect, it causes problems downstream. So if we just say parking and include in our motion to make sure staff up front puts the estimated number of spaces in front of council in the notes with this motion. I think that will still accomplish your goal. Potentially.
But he's already said that it's just an estimate and it's conceptual. It's this order of magnitude number that I want some focus on. Is that we're not just giving up a few spaces. If we're going to not approve the entire thing, I think we should tell council why.
Yeah, I think estimated would, if you put the word estimated or approximate, that would be appropriate, I believe.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Lowing, did you speak to your motion?
In advance so that I could explain it, but I think that what we're saying is that we substantially agree with the staff proposal. We understand that from their perspective and probably from all our perspectives, it's grant dependent at this point. But there's some substantial issues with this one particular segment, or actually two subsegments that would have to be addressed to really make this thing kind of stand whole. And if council chooses not to do that, that's okay, and they can take the grant. If they decide to make a change and we don't win the negotiations, then we have to find that plus the rest of the construction.
Templeton, any comments on your second?
Yes, I think that our city has a significant commitment to biking, and biking infrastructure goes with that. And we have often found that when funding dries up, that our biking infrastructure has been put on hold. And I think the idea of being able to take advantage of a unique opportunity that comes in before us with prioritizing biking infrastructure is really important to work with. So I would like to recommend this to council for that reason. Thank you.
Seeing any hands, so let me just register concern about the inclusion of item E, segment 3 in your motion. I know early in our discussion, Commissioner Suma expressed some wonder if whether the parking issues, we heard from the neighborhood that seemed pretty, I thought were focused from Middlefield over to, segment 4 might bleed over into segment 3. And I haven't heard anything in the discussion since that indicates that they do bleed over. And in fact, what I understand now is, segment 3 actually is quite different because you've got essentially public facilities on one side of the street for all of segment 3. It's very different. And so the reason I'm bringing that up is it concerns me about lumping segment 3 or E in with F, segment 4. I would be more comfortable breaking that out and just have a motion to recommend E. The estimated 80 parking spaces, or however many are lost, those are all in segment 4. So I think that that's cleaner, and that will, if it happened that way, and should the commission, go that way, then the council gets a pretty clear message from us, very clear, that on 5 of these segments, we are all in.
I'm perfectly happy with that because I don't think the outcome is any different. And if that helps with clarity, I'm all in. So
that's fine with me as well.
Yep. So my motion then would just apply at this point to item F. Correct.
And if I can add, and maybe this is some optimism, but if this is actually the motion that is adopted, this potentially gives us ammunition to talk with VTA in the interim with fingers crossed.
Yeah. So I'm readjusting my motion, and I can send you new text to the chair. And we have a second, so we're ready to go, and then we can come back to E, Chair.
All right, so let me first ask the commissioners if there's any further discussion on the motion. Commissioner Suma?
Could I just ask for the motion to be restated? Thanks.
PTC moves approval of item F and recommends a revised solution which omits or mitigates the proposed loss of estimated 80 parking spaces necessary for public parking for parks, ADU, and other residents. Also recommends to continue to negotiate with VTA to maintain the grant funding with these changes in the 0.58 mile segment, if that's what Commissioner Templeton calculated.
So your motion does not anticipate an outcome where F is included as described in the preferred alternative. You're
right.
So you're just saying there has to be another solution, but you.
That's right.
We're saying to work on that segment and further iterate, because the current proposal, high level though it is, has some glaring flaws.
Right.
All right. Any more questions or comments on the motion? I'm not seeing any hands. Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 6-0 with one commissioner absent.
That leaves only segment 3, which is item 2E undecided. Any commissioners want to comment on that or make a motion?
I do have a question on that. I think, Chair Hagman, you were asking some questions and clarified. It's an expected loss of approximately 39 spaces in segment 3 or E.
It's the staff information, right? Well, what's the pleasure of the commission on segment 3? Commissioner Chang.
I can make a motion and see if it works. So I move that PTC recommends the staff proposal for segment E to City Council.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lowing. Commissioner Chang, any elaboration on your motion?
Sure. While there is some parking reduction in the section, my understanding is that it's, I mean, and a parking study will tell us when we get to detailed design, but my understanding is that this section is typically underparked most of the week, and there's also backup parking in Mitchell Park. Furthermore, the traffic in this section is pretty intense, as demonstrated by the traffic study. And so I really think that this is kind of like where the funnel funnels everybody, cars and students. And so this section is really critical because it's the most congested section for our students. And so I feel very strongly that we do our best to protect bicyclists through this section.
Thank you. And Commissioner Lowing, comments on your second.
Yes. Commissioner Chang is very familiar with that neighborhood at a very helpful level of detail, has been very attentive in prior meetings to the issue. So I completely support her judgment on this.
Other commission comments on the motion regarding item 2E, which is East Meadow Drive segment 3. Seeing none, Mr. Nguyen, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-0 with one commissioner absent.
Excellent. That concludes action item 2. I want to, oh, yes, Commissioner Suma, I see your hand.
Thank you. I just, earlier I was going to make a comment that I didn't get a chance to make because we got caught up in our motion making. And that was that there's sort of a timing disconnect here because staff tells us we're very early on in the design process. So there's still a lot of unknowns, but we get kind of locked in even before we've contemplated really what we want to do by the folks giving the grant. And I think that's sort of dangerous. And so I hope for the best outcome, but that is kind of a funny process if you ask me. So I just wanted to mention that.
All right, thank you. So I want to thank the members of the public who participated, either orally or in writing, many of whom I see are still with us. I also want to thank our staff and Mr. Davis. Thank you for attending. Ms. Chan, thank you for the presentation and good luck in your future position. And Mr. Kami, thank you for that. We will move now to, actually, before we move to the approval of minutes, it's 10 till 10. We have the approval of minutes, and then we have the potential to discuss the retreat. And the reason I'm bringing it up now before we approve the minutes is if we're going to do that, I'd like to let the vice chair know that she can rejoin the meeting. But if we don't have an appetite for that tonight, then I don't want to bother her to rejoin just to approve minutes. Commissioners, is there an appetite to discuss the possibility of retreat tonight, or are we ready to call it an evening at the rare early hour of 10?
Considering that we're not going to see each other for a month, and then you're entering sort of the final stretch of the year, maybe it would be a good time to just have that conversation so we understand what's expected or what is intended.
Anyone else that have an objection to having a fairly limited? I'm not anticipating this is going to go on and on. I just never had a chance to take the temperature of the commission on this issue. It's always too late. Anybody have any issues talking about it? Okay, then I will see if we can get our 7th back. And let's move to approval of minutes. So we have, thank you, as revised?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have, that's a Commissioner Alcheck motion, a second, please? Second by Commissioner Suma. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Alcheck,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang,
All right, can you restate the motion because I was listening to something else in the background?
The motion is to approve the June 9th, 2021 minutes as revised.
Yes.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes, I was just checking to see who was not here, but yes, I approve.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-0 with one commissioner absent.
I believe Commissioner Lowing that Vice Chair Rupavar was absent for that meeting.
That's right.
Oh, was it Commissioner Chang?
Was absent.
No, it was me, Vice Chair Hoover.
I was absent as well, so I should
oh.
actually abstain from that. I just realized.
Oh.
Okay. You have that, Mr. Nguyen? Vice Chang, Commissioner Chang's abstention?
Yes, thank you.
All right. And welcome back, Vice Chair. We will move now to committee items. Are there any committee items that any of the commissioners would like to broach with the commission? Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I'd just like to state briefly that the housing element working group is working. And the co-chairs are working beyond that to try to, make this thing work smoothly. Still extraordinarily early, and the group members are amazingly enthusiastic and interested and participatory. And they come, as you know, by intent from various walks of life, so to speak, and various levels of understanding about the city process. And that's all good, because that's exactly what you want. It's all those perspectives. Nothing sort of concrete yet to really report out, but it's basically getting teed up to kind of bring here to PTC. So I'll keep you updated every so often.
Any other committee items, commissioners? Seeing none, we will move to commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items. We'll have our retreat discussion in this item, but before we get to that, any other commissioners have other items or staff that they want to introduce here? I will mention, as I think it's been mentioned a couple of times, we don't have future agenda items for July 28th or August 11th. We decided to cancel those meetings, so we will reconvene on August 25th. And I think it remains to be seen whether that will be in person or a hybrid. We'll learn as we get closer to that date. All right, let's have a discussion about the possibility of a PTC retreat. And let me start by pointing out that there are 7 commissioners, and I think 2 of us, myself and Commissioner Chang, have not participated in a PTC retreat. I think the other 5 of you have participated in at least one, but I'm not sure. And so I'd like to, I'm interested in the impressions of the 5 of you that have, as to whether they're worthwhile, what we might accomplish, whether you think it's a good idea, or whether you think it's something that maybe we don't need to do and we can talk about in another year. Commissioner Templeton.
Yeah, it's hard to say. When we were meeting in person, the last time we had a retreat, it was a nice way to open up the flow of dialogue and get to know each other better. But I'm not sure it had a particularly beneficial outcome that I could point to. I'm open to the idea, but I don't know, like, even in scope, what we're talking about. Are we talking a half day, a whole day, a couple of hours, something like that? But as and when we start meeting in person again, I could see that it would be a nice way to kind of break the ice and establish that rapport.
Commissioner Lowry.
I think that can be very helpful. That comment is based on PTC retreats and also parks retreats. Things are potentially going to be different now with this work plan idea in terms of getting our work plan ready. I think that the value depends on the content of the agenda. And in the context of working the agenda, you do pick up the team building, the communication, and things like that. I think we're sort of compromised right now because we only have about 6 meetings left in the year. And I always felt it was great to have a retreat sort of as soon as possible in the new year. In our case, after council comes out with their objectives. And then generally there's also at least a new commissioner that can be integrated, oriented, get to know folks, as Commissioner Templeton said. So I think they're of value, but I think, in the first month of the year, as opposed to the 8th month of the year. And the only footnote I'd put on that is that if we have to address an actual PTC work plan in any more detail than we have, that might be a reason to try to squeeze something in, but that could potentially also be an agenda item for one of our meetings. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Olchek.
Okay, I'm just gonna touch on the diverse points here. I've been to a few. None have been the same. There have been a lot of unique approaches to the retreat. Commissioner Templeton knows the high esteem I hold her in, but I disagree with her on her view that the last retreat was not particularly effective because, you know, at the time we had, you know, interesting makeup on the commission, a lot of diverse opinions, and the goal of that retreat, that retreat kicked off with a management specialist who was brought in to sort of do team building exercises from a business school up in San Francisco. It was really interesting. And I didn't only take away a lot of insight in, I'll give you an example. We did an exercise where we worked on how do you get the best from me? And what can you do? And how do I get the best from you? And very interesting insights into the personality approaches of the commissioners. I honestly, I took notes on that meeting and brought it back to so many different things that I'm involved in. But the extent to which I think I understood my fellow commissioners better was vastly improved because of that exercise. I would also suggest that I don't think timing is a big deal. We shouldn't. I mean, listen, I'm at the, you know, I'm at the conclusion of my lengthy involvement on the Planning Commission, but I would encourage you all to consider your retreats not as this work. First of all, I've said this already. The work plan thing is like, I'm not particularly impressed with that concept. I don't think it's going to be a particularly useful. You know, that's not what I would devote a retreat to. Devote a meeting early on in the year to talk about your work plan, add it to the agenda of a regular meeting. It should not be a part of your retreat. It's a waste. Particularly because it's unclear yet the value of that tool. But aside from that, I would encourage the commissioners to not consider the retreat as some, you know, uniquely chair-led visioning opportunity. I would encourage you to consider it as an opportunity to come together and to get to know each other better and to spend time doing something other than sharing your opinions. And I'll give you a few examples of things that I think could be really valuable. Imagine a retreat that involved a site visit to a low-income housing project. I mean, you have a lot of flexibility here on how you organize the retreat. It has to be public, but it doesn't have sort of the same formalities. And imagine if you explored a topic close to the work we do together on site in a more casual setting. Maybe it involved a hosted coffee and, you know, muffins or something afterwards. It gave you a chance to connect with your fellow commissioners and understand them better, get to hear about their families, get to hear about some of their interests in a more informal setting after you've maybe walked a site together and heard from a professional in the industry talk about their work on a project that, hey, we talk about all the time. I just think that the tool should be used regularly because there is transition, but there's not that much transition. And you guys may be together for 4 years, and coming together in person formally is very different than coming together in person informally and learning together. And my biggest takeaway was that of all the retreats, the last one, I learned something alongside my fellow commissioners. There was another professional in the room who had something to offer, and maybe it wasn't a topic that impressed every single commissioner, but at least I got to learn alongside, and I thought that was very illuminating. And I think there's some value to that. And so I'd love to have a retreat. you know, and not to, I don't want to be the person that poo-pooed it. And if the idea was we would get together in some park and talk about priorities, I'd be excited to do that too. But I think there's a lot of flexibility and room here, and maybe you could really think outside the box. And it takes planning, but it could be exciting. And I think I sometimes think that the chair has sort of a lot of leeway there to decide how to invest the time. And I don't think I'll ever forget the Billy Riggs, the retreat. I thought he leveraged his network, his professional network, to bring a very interesting person in, and I will be grateful to him for that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rupavar.
So I guess the only retreat that I've participated in was the Billy Riggs retreat, and it was informal and intended for team building. I, could go either way on whether or not we have a retreat. I think a lot of it depends on, what our agenda is for the retreat and whether fellow commissioners find value in it. I do personally like the idea of doing a site visit or being able to see, we spend a lot of time deciding on projects, but going out maybe together and seeing the results of, something we've decided on, or, a topic that we're interested in could be really cool and a way to bring people closer together, because I personally would love to, interact with my fellow commissioners in a more informal setting and really get to know them as a person beyond just, the work. I think it brings people closer together and leads to greater consensus. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma, you don't have to say anything, but if you want to, you could. Yeah, if you want to, you don't have to chime in.
I don't think we can do a site visit because it's actually a city hearing and it has to be open to the public and stuff. So, but we can do that kind of thing with each other if we want to anyway, but I don't think the retreat can be that. I think it has to be accessible to the public. It's a hearing. But I mean, to me, I sort of, if the chair and vice chair really want to have a retreat, of course I will come, but I can't say that it's terribly important to me. And I think that's because I sort of agree with Commissioner Lowing that it's kind of a thing you do at the beginning of your year, not at the end. That being said, everything was a bit wacky this year. So I would just, if you give a retreat, I will come.
Well, let me share a couple of my thoughts. So I joined the commission in December of 2019, and we had a number of canceled meetings. We didn't have business to do. And I think I either had 2 or 3 meetings before the lockdown and we went virtual. And one of the things that I've really missed since we went virtual, and that Commissioner Chang has never even experienced yet, is that in the minutes before our meetings, when we were live, we actually, got to chat and, find out about Billy Riggs' diet and find out that somebody had children or how old they were. And you had a few minutes to talk about that. And I mean, I love the work part of this, but I was also really enjoying getting to know my fellow workers. And so I've missed that. And I'm looking forward to, getting back to that later this year. But I've heard from a number of you commissioners that have experienced it, that was one of the benefits, is just that the informality of the setting, wherever it needs to occur so that it's public, so that we can get to know each other as people a little bit. And because Commissioner Alchek is going to be terming out at the end of this year, we know we're going to have a new commissioner at the beginning of next year. And so I'm sort of interested in the idea of pursuing something that could happen in the early part of next year. It seems like that would require some planning this year, which I'd be happy to be a part of. We'll have a new chair next year. And so that would be, they would run that retreat, which is fine. But I'm open to it as well. I don't have any particular topics right now that I want to focus on, but I think those kinds of things we could dialogue and come up with together, rather than having the chair impose something. Or if that was the dialogue, as chair impose something, then I'm sure I could figure something out. So those are my thoughts. I'm open to it and would relish the opportunity to spend a little more relaxed time with my commissioners, which I think that would offer. Commissioner Chang, you have any thoughts?
Not much, other than it would be lovely to get to know you all. I do think that can probably be a little bit of the best of both worlds in terms of content, like Commissioner Lowing was talking about, as well as kind of more interpersonal getting to know each other, because I do think that the discussion of content is fairly limited when we are, at least thus far, it's fairly regimented, I should say, when we're in this formal meeting. And so if it really could be a little bit more relaxed, even though public, so maybe we don't have some of the same formality constraints, it could be a little bit more fluid, and I could see that being useful, particularly with something that's a little bit more long range or strategic, like the work plan.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton.
I just wanted to clarify, because there were some remarks about it. I didn't have a problem with the last retreat. I just didn't tie it back to anything other than getting to know how to work with each other, specific on the commission work. That said, there is value in getting to know each other. I just pray that it's not going to be another Zoom meeting. Like, if we do it, it needs to be in person. I can't add more Zoom meetings to my life right now.
Commissioner Lowing.
Perfect segue to exactly what I was going to say, which is that, we're almost done with Zoom meetings. So every 2 weeks, we're going to get to see each other. And you left out the free dinners too, Chair Heckman. So that's another give. So, getting there 20 minutes before and staying 20 minutes after, I think we're going to feel better about that in terms of the, not just the getting to know you, but enjoying each other. With or without a retreat. I'm not arguing for one or the other. I'm just saying, I think there's hope at the end of the tunnel in that regard.
All right. Well, this has been helpful to me and gives me some things to think about, and I will cogitate on it a little bit. I don't think that unless any of you have more to add, I think we've sufficiently talked about it, and I appreciate the context. Mr. Yang, I can see you.
Yeah, I just have a couple quick thoughts, if you don't mind. First is, PTC board and commission retreats have typically been noticed public meetings because they have been about commission business, agenda, work plan, sort of setting things. But if it's truly just a getting to know you sort of session, that doesn't need to be a noticed public meeting. Something like a site visit would have to be noticed because, that concerns the commission's work. You could do that. I think the HRB does that quite often. They'll go and visit a historic site as a board, and their agenda will just say, if you want to attend this part of the meeting, come meet us at the site, and you can walk around it with us. But yeah, so if you were going to do a site visit, that would be, we'd have a formal meeting for that. But if it were just, everyone getting together for coffee, that, that type of thing doesn't need to be noticed or open to the public.
Excellent point.
All right, well, I appreciate all of the input. And so I think we can move on, and I will declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you all.